this, what's the symbol? So families have to sit down together and really discuss, why are we doing this, whether your daughter is a doctor.
And these are
I think they do, but modernization plays a very key role here.
It does, and these are
it's
things
not just modernization. I think we talk about modernization, and this is true, yes, but also at the same time that our economies are modernizing, our economies are also in decline. And so we talk about income generation. People are looking for this as a money-making scheme.
And young people in particular.
A history professor, I'm all getting all academic here on the subject, but Jabulani Mapalala from the University of Zululand, according to his estimation, about 60% of black couples in South Africa are preferring to live in sin because they simply cannot afford to get married. Which again brings the question, what does it do then for the culture if then children are seen as being born out of wedlock or even as illegitimate, regarded that way because the parents never got married. So that and the fact that I worry that young people are sitting with this concern that we cannot get married, how legitimate is our union going to be? And also starting out their life in debt. I think when money comes into it, at the same time though, if young people in an economy like South Africa's where there's so much inequality, people are either very poor and extremely wealthy.
And Heidi, we're also seeing a lot of very powerful and, like independent women also coming into with a new practice that we're seeing. They help the groom to pay the bride price, so to speak, and that's taboo.
And to speak about modernization.
Sure. Even in Burundi, if you help your husband to pay for your bride price, it's very shameful.
And I personally don't see anything wrong with that. And I'm speaking as a young person who is not married yet. But for me, these are issues that we really think about. How much is it going to cost me?
Would you want a dowry to be paid for you?
You know what, I'm of two minds of this because you talked about the evolution of marriage or the evolution of the dowry, and that's something that I think about a lot because I think that it has created a lot of negative consequences for women in particular. But at the same time, I do see the cultural aspect. I think for me, if I was to be the negotiator, I would ask my groom's family to build a school, something that would last long within. But I know you don't think that's a good idea.
That because I would still want, if I were to ever remarry again, I would like my family to receive some kind of gift from my husband. Not to the community. The government can take care of the community.
So when people see the symbolism, right? People love the symbolism.
Why government?
You think that
why should government take care of that?
The community.
No, the community, like a boho, a school,
like a school
but
or something.
For me, my family has to get something from my husband to be.
Thing.
That's the thing. It's a generational thing. I would still want to go
people,
back.
A bit older.
Yeah, no, I think that it definitely is generational because to be honest with you, people my age are the ones who have had to sit with the consequences that were created by the older generation.
And I think
I agree with you 100% because in my culture, there are some ceremonies that you're not even supposed to speak nor be seen.
And
in some of the
supposed to feed the.
But in some ceremonies, I showed up and I was present.
Awareness. We need more awareness. We need to now talk to the younger generation to see this is the pros and cons of the culture,
and then so that they know that it's our heritage, and then we should hold on to our heritage. It's deeply rooted in our cultures,
and we can lose some of the ones that are not good.
But also,
we can.
At the end of the day, it doesn't set women up for a life of abuse and a life of disempowerment.
Not really.
When men think that they own the women.
Right, that women aren't, and I'm going back to the dowry issue, where a dowry dispute can at the end of the day take a woman from something that was meant for her to be empowered to a point where she becomes
an asset.
A victim,
but I think
essentially,
also
domestic
social media has sold this custom as being buying the woman. That's what I think. And maybe we need to go back and explain that, no, this is our culture and we are for and against some of the practices, but for me, it should stay.
Well, there's a woman in Zimbabwe who disagrees with a lot of us here, actually, and we're going to introduce you to her after the break. She is a vocal woman who is challenging the legality of the bride price custom in Zimbabwe. Stay tuned.
Is about more than just sitting here and talking about women's issues. It's about listening to them.
and bringing their opinions to the table and making sure their voices are heard.
Because our lived experiences, our stories, and our voices will help shape the next generation.
Welcome back. Each week we feature African women who are disrupting the norm and creating positive change around the world in a segment we call Women to Watch.
Our woman to watch comes from my home, Zimbabwe. Priscilla Vengesai filed papers to argue in the country's constitutional court that the bride price tradition amounts to discrimination based on gender and sex, while perpetuating inequality. Alternatively, she wants parents of both the bride and the groom to be thanked for raising their children well through lobola in the spirit of gender equality. A lawyer by training and former Chitungwiza Municipality Chamber Secretary, Vengesai was uniquely positioned to present her case. Vengesai was bold enough to take her fight to the highest court in Zimbabwe, and that is why she is our woman to watch.
Sounds like she was very bold, huh? Well, be sure to watch Our Voices on the VOA website where you can catch up with the latest episode. Also, don't forget to follow us on social media where we have live chats on Twitter. Our handle is @VOA Our Voices.
And we now leave you with a quote from South African documentary filmmaker Sihle Hlope, who used her voice to say, "We have the power to make decisions and we respect our culture. When we question our culture, it doesn't mean that we want to do away with it completely."
And that's all from us today. I'd like to thank Aisha Mwazu from the Hausa service and Marvelous Nyahuye from the Zimbabwe service. Ladies, it was a pleasure. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having us on the show.
Thank you for inviting us.
Absolutely. As always, thank you for watching. Good day.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
He suffered equally confessed.
Now 500 naira they collect them.
If you no talk, then go beat you.
Now 2,500 they pay.
Good evening, I'm Tolu Ojomi, and this is the news update. Accreditation of the national delegates for the presidential primary election of the PDP is underway. No fewer than 811 of delegates from the 774 local government areas across the country will decide the fate of the aspirants jostling to be the flag bearer of the party. It's been observed that the accreditation is being done by geopolitical zones. Bauchi State Governor and presidential aspirant under the PDP, Bala Mohammed, has said that he will not be stepping down for a consensus candidate. Mohammed, who spoke to journalists at the PDP Special National Convention currently holding at the Moshood Abiola Stadium in Abuja, said though he was approached and asked to step down, he made it clear that it was too late. Presidency and governorship are issues of consensus, but he said it came very late and it's not feasible for him to just abandon the project, leaving his supporters and Nigerians who look up to him. Senate Chief Whip, Senator Orji Uzor today emerged winner of the APC by 777 votes. Polling a total of 777 votes out of the 777, he was certified and declared winner in Ohafia, headquarters of the zone, by Chairman, APC Primary Election Committee, Honorable Paul Uche. The other aspirants, Fabian Nwankwo and Emerba, scored 0 votes. Judicial Service Commission in Adama has dismissed 11 errant personnel, while 20 other workers were demoted, including a magistrate. The commission made this known in Yola through a statement signed by Hindato Lamode, the commission's secretary. She said the magistrate was demoted to the position of registrar for involvement in corrupt practices. Mrs. Lamode said that 20 other judicial workers were demoted for using fake certificates to obtain promotion in the commission. In the meantime, the Rivers State Police Command has said a total of 31 persons died during a stampede at the venue of an outreach program put together by a New Generation Church in Port Harcourt this morning. The church, known as King's Assembly, was said to have invited members of the public to partake in the event, where gift items and food were promised to be shared to congregants. The church is located in the GRA of Port Harcourt, but the event was held at the Port Harcourt Polo Club, a bigger facility to accommodate the anticipated crowd. Now, in commemoration of Children's Day celebration, the recognition of the role played by children in each family and the need to celebrate and make them feel loved and important, Nigerians recount some of their childhood memories and the need to help out-of-school children. That's on Street Views. Take a listen.
My childhood was full of fun. I'm the last born of my mom, and I'm always with her everywhere. So, I would like my children to go abroad for holidays. So I didn't have that privilege.
And the fun was always there. We'll go to the back of the school where we'll have no disturbance, me and my friends. We'll just be there, and then we'll be throwing this rubber band. I guess you should be able to remember what that means. So it's always very fun.
We'll celebrate them, they'll give them gifts. I prefer to go to school.
Some are walking on the streets doing nothing. So we need assistance from the government. You can see my daughter, she's here today to help me, just to keep her company up today, not to roam about.
I didn't really grow up with my parents. I stayed with my stepmom. So though she was not too bad, but my own children, of course, by God's enablement, they will stay with me, they will grow up with me, and I will train them. You know, there's a difference when you train your own personal child that you give birth to. It's always different.
I really enjoy my kids simply because
my father trained us very well. Whenever the children is approaching, they will buy us white socks, white tennis. That's at that material time. So we go to stadium or we go to school, we go to match, we do this, we do that. So it was really fun and very, very awesome. All I want for my children is best for them, academically sound. And I want to treat them in the way of the Lord. And I want them to become great, especially in this universe we are.
The children's play, I miss that a whole lot. If I try to picture it, going back to it, I'm like, some of my siblings and younger ones that look up to me like, uncle, why are you playing like this? And didn't you know you are old? I'm like, because I miss that.
I don't feel like celebrating Children's Day. Instead of me celebrating, I'm helping my mom to sell food stuff. And I think government should help them to provide parents shelters and take them to the motherless baby home, take them to schools, feed them and do everything they need.
Now let's get to other parts of Africa. The Democratic Republic of Congo said it will suspend Rwanda air flights and summoned Kigali's ambassador after authorities accused Rwanda of supporting the M23 rebel group. Kinshasa this week said Kigali was backing the March 23 movement, which Rwanda denies amid renewed clashes between the Congolese army and the militia in the east of the country. DR Congo authorities said late Friday it will take conservative measures against Rwanda, which included blocking flights from the national carrier. The decision was taken after an extraordinary meeting of the Superior Defense Council chaired by Congolese President Felix Tshisekedi. Outside Africa, a ship has entered the Ukrainian port of Mariupol for the first time since Russia completed its capture of the city to load metal and ship it to East Russia in a move that Kyiv decried as looting. Ukraine's human rights ombudsman Lyudmila Denisova said the shipment amounted to looting by Russia. Ukraine's largest toolmaker, Matinvest, said it was concerned that Russia may use several ships stranded in Mariupol to steal and smuggle metallurgical products belonging to the group. It accused Russia of piracy. Let's service some business news. The United Nations World Food Programme, WFP, is seriously concerned about the soaring food prices that are pushing the poor to the brink of hunger in the landlocked southern African country. With nearly 400,000 Malawians already food insecure due to floods and droughts and the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, Malawi's challenges are now further exacerbated by the effects of the Ukraine crisis.
In the last 3 months, interviews with bakery owners revealed that the retail price of a 50-kilogram bag of wheat flour has risen by 42% since the onset of the Ukraine crisis. The government of Malawi has removed the value-added tax on some of its commodities since the 1st of April. But prices for commodities such as cooking oil have increased by over 300%.
Now, entertainment news. Johnny Depp's attorneys appealed to jurors yesterday to restore his reputation with a verdict in his favor. Lawyers for his ex-wife Amber Heard asked them to recognize her free speech rights when they decide the actor's dueling defamation claims. Depp has denied hitting Heard or any woman and said she was the one who turned violent in their relationship. She said Heard's allegations of abuse by Depp, including a sexual assault with a local bottle, were wild, over the top, and implausible, and had ruined his reputation in Hollywood and among fans.
There is an abuser in this courtroom, but it is not Mr. Depp. And there is a victim of domestic abuse in this courtroom, but it is not Ms. Heard. The evidence presented at this trial has shown that Ms. Heard is in fact the abuser and Mr. Depp the abused. As you heard from Mr. Depp and multiple other witnesses that testified under oath at this trial, Mr. Depp experienced persistent verbal, physical, and emotional abuse by Ms. Heard during their relationship.
We ask you to please return your verdict for Mr. Depp. We ask you, we implore you to give him his name, his reputation, and his career back.
They're trying to trick you into thinking that Amber has to be perfect in order to win, even while they're ignoring Mr. Depp's many flaws. But don't fall for that trick. Amber's
Paris was today awash with red and white as fans of Liverpool and Real Madrid gathered in the French capital ahead of the Champions League final. Supporters were at the official fan festival at the city's Hotel de Ville, where they were buying souvenirs and posing for photographs with the trophy. The Stade de France and Saint-Denis will host a third final between the two clubs, who also met in 1981 and 2018. Liverpool won the 1981 final, also in Paris, while Real were victorious in Kyiv 4 years ago.
Give the ball and score every time. Si, senor. Give the ball to Bobby and score.
I'm expecting a tough game tonight. I do genuinely believe, because the Premier League is stronger than La Liga, so I do believe we do have a stronger team than Madrid. But Madrid do have that habit, as we did in Istanbul, of producing special magic in the Champions League. So I think anything can happen. It's whoever turns up on the night. Anything can happen. I think extra time, and we'll win in extra time.
We are from Madrid, and today we expect to win, of course. In a minute 7, Benzema will score pass of Vinicius. That will be the 1-0. And at the end, when we are winning 4-1, Marcelo will come out to play some minutes.
The last minute.
We are with you. A la Madrid, nada más. Vamos, vamos!
I think it's going to be a very leveled match. Maybe we should expect that.
That's the news update. For more stories, please follow us on our Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. I'm Tolu Ojaomi. Thanks for watching. Good evening.
So what are the top decisions that the United States considers necessary that Nigeria must take? I like to think of my interactions as conversations, not interviews. And that's why I say asking questions is both an art and a science. Everyone says in Islam you are allowed to have 4 wives. Is it mandatory? The right question enables answers that educate, inform, clarify, and help you, the viewer, to better understand the issue before making up your mind.
Our goal is to reduce from 10 to 2 days the time it takes to register businesses in Nigeria.
Join me every week on this station Plus TV Africa and gain exclusive access to my conversations. I'm Angela Ajetumobi.
Tehran's Hafte Square is a hub of activity even at night. Along with shops and restaurants, there's also underground business taking place. It's known as one of the neighborhoods where prostitutes and their clients can meet. In Iran's religiously conservative society, prostitution is not only illegal, even discussing it in the media is taboo. But RFERL's Radio Farda was able to interview sex workers from different walks of life, as well as their clients and employers. They spoke openly, using pseudonyms, about a thriving business that often takes place just out of view. Studies by independent researchers have found that around 50% of Iranian sex workers are married. Many are university students or still in secondary school. And an Iranian welfare organization found that girls as young as 12 work in the sex trade. But crackdowns by the police are rare, according to Pari, who works as a so-called auntie, arranging business for other women.
کلا مامورا خیلی به پرپاتون نمیپیچن؟
حالا نکنی نه کاری نداره نهایتش اینه که حق حسابشو میگیره ولی به من که گیر نداره
چرا؟
حالا نیستم.
If someone is caught, a judge can impose prison time or lashes. And punishment is more likely to be handed to sex workers than to their clients. That allows some clients to take a casual attitude toward paying for sex, even counting it as a routine expense.
الان اگه نرخ امروز بخوام بگم کمترینش 200 تومنه بیشترینش هم دیگه 1 تومن 2 تومن اینا هست. من خودم مثلا شاید ماهی مثلا 2 تومن اینا ولی دوستان هستن که مثلا ماهی 5 تومن قشنگ دارن.
A number of women described the harsh economic pressure that drove them into sex work. Iran is in the midst of its worst financial crisis since the 1980s, driven partly by punitive U.S. sanctions.
اوضاع خرابه ما خیلی خوشمون نمیاد ولی دیگه مجبوریم الان همه چی گرون شده بعد یه جوری خرج زندگیمون رو در بیاریم
دیگه پول بخوام کار نداشته باشم خب دیگه این کار بلدم دیگه
یه کاری پیدا بشه که درآمدش بیشتر باشه بازم انجام میدی
اگه کاری پیدا بشه که درآمدش بیشتر بشه قبل از این پیداش کرده بودم.
The economic pressure has only worsened during the coronavirus crisis. Sex workers who can't afford to lose their incomes must add the threat of COVID-19 to the other risks they take.
قضیه تکیه کنم دیگه من هیچ جا باید نباید برم دیگه یعنی دیگه باید گشنگی بمیرم بخوام از مریض بترسم انقدر واقعا نیاز دارم مجبورم برم بخوام خیلی هم رعایت کنم و خیلی
Some women also spoke about being coerced into sex work, even by family members.
اولین بار من چند بود من 17 سالم بود که بگی پسر پولدار بود به مامانم گفته بود این دختر تو اگه بیاری مثلا من باشه من اون موقع نه حالا مثلا 80 تا 50 تومن بود گفتم من 1 میلیون بهت میدم دختر تو بده یه شب پیش من باشه از اون زمان من دیگه واقعا دختر نبودم که هنوزم دیگه ادامه داره دیگه با مامانم با هم میریم ان مامانم جدیداً دیگه یه سالی نمیاد خب منم خیلی حالا نسبت به مامانم خیلی بیشتر طلبه داشتم به قول معروف.
Sex work is shrouded in secrecy in contemporary Iran, but But the situation was different before the 1979 Islamic Revolution. One Tehran neighborhood was a legal gray zone. Prostitution was tolerated there. But many women and girls were the victims of trafficking, as one woman explained in this 1966 documentary.
اینا هم که 9 سال، 8 سال، 10 سال، 15 سال دارن، اینا را توی جمشید شبا میبرن استفاده میکنن. میبرن تو خیابونا میفروشن شبا به راننده ها، به مثلا مردمی که میخرن، به مردای مثلا عرق فرو فلان میبرن میفروشن.
In the midst of the upheaval of 1979, the neighborhood was attacked by revolutionaries who set an apartment building on fire. An unknown number of residents died. Months later, 3 well-known madams were executed on the orders of a conservative judge.
خدا می‌فرماید قاتلوا ائمة الکفر با سردمداران فساد پیکار کنید و حالا هم وقت اون رسیده است.
Today, with prostitution driven underground, some sex workers are in favor of legalization, saying that would give them greater safety.
اگه بتونیم کارمون رو قانونی انجام بدیم و بهداشتی باشه، هم برای خودمون بهتره، برای سلامت خودمون بهتره. همینی که دیگه آسیبی به جامعه نمیرسونه.
But that seems impossible in an Islamic theocracy like Iran. The women who try to earn a living this way must do so in the shadows, with all the dangers that entails.
Filmmaker Reggie Dakum is putting the spotlight on ethnic groups in Nigeria with a documentary titled Tribe. The film is about the culture of the Mapun people in Plateau, Nigeria. Let's take a look.
Africa has 54 countries, more than 1.3 billion people, and more than 3,000 tribes.
In the documentary Tribe, Nigerian filmmaker Reggie Dakum describes his journey to rediscover his ancestry. Dakum belongs to the Mapun tribe based in central Nigeria's Plateau state. Nigeria has more than 300 tribes, but most people only know about the West African country's 3 main ethnic groups: Hausa, Igbo, and Yoruba. Red Carpet spoke with Dakum, who said he made this documentary to ensure that his people's story was told and not left out of recorded history.
My motivation behind making this documentary lies in the fact that culture is constantly changing, evolving, and growing. With globalization taking effect, the world getting smaller, cities and nations being built, certain cultures are left behind or left out of the conversation. In Nigeria, like we know, everyone knows Hausa, Igbo, and Yoruba, but people don't know that there's much more diversity that Nigeria has to offer, because Nigeria has been blessed with so many different cultures. So Mapun is just one of them. In Nigeria, there are about approximately 370 tribes. In Plateau states, there are about approximately 60 tribes, and all these tribes have their own unique languages and traditions. So if different identities and communities and humans, families are not acknowledged, the risk of them going extinct is very much a reality. And so this documentary aims at shedding light on that. The fact that there are Mapun people, and there are also Tiv, Birom, Ngas, Tarok, Mwagavu, and so much more that Nigeria has to offer. So that is one of the motivations for making this documentary.
Scientists generally have established that the origin of humankind is in Africa.
For a place this big and so diverse, its identity is constantly changing and to some extent fading away. So I'm going on a journey to learn about my tribe.
Africa's independent filmmakers have been making waves in film festivals and winning awards for their original content. With films from the continent available on major streaming platforms such as Netflix and Amazon Prime Video, Africa's cinema is flourishing in the digital age. The broader exposure for African filmmakers excites Dakum.
I think this is the perfect time to be an African storyteller. As you can see, African cinema is doing big things. It's being accepted in big platforms, in the streaming space, in the theatric space, in the festival space. African storytellers are finally able to use their voice on big platforms to tell our stories, because for a long time we've not been the one telling our stories, or we've not been heard. So this is a wonderful time to be an African storyteller, and I'm excited because so many young filmmakers are doing great things with their work. They're telling very important stories, stories that shape our understanding of what it means to be Nigerian, what it means to be African, Ghanaian, and so I'm just excited.
Defeating Emmerson Mnangagwa.
President is a documentary chronicling the fierce struggle for power in Zimbabwe. The plot centers around the 2018 election. The country is set to hold its first election after 37 years under Robert Mugabe's dictatorship. Through the figure of the young Nelson Chamisa, the main opponent to putschist Emmerson Mnangagwa, the film tells the story of Zimbabwe's yearning for democracy, a theme dear to filmmaker Camilla Nilsson.
Democracy in general, universally, is something that we need to care about and keep debating and keep nurturing, almost like a marriage or a relationship. We don't take care of it, it can crack, as we are seeing in many parts of the world right now besides Zimbabwe.
Camilla Nilsson, who previously documented Zimbabwe's political life, explains that her second film is an effort to highlight the historic significance of the 2018 election for Zimbabweans who lived through food shortages and a severe economic crisis. When asked why she chose to tell the story from the opposition's viewpoint, Nilsson explains that the MDC, the Movement for Democratic Change, is the only side to have given her access to its campaign.
And we did also approach Ede Mnangagwa and his camp to see if he would, like ZANU-PF and the ruling party had been part of my first film, accept to be filmed for this new documentary. But after some initial negotiations and actually an initial green light, the camp then declined, or basically didn't get back to my request for meetings, and so we could have made a more balanced film had Mnangagwa's camp agreed to be part of the movie, but unfortunately they declined.
To understand why the ruling party refused to be filmed by Nilsson's team, we contacted officials in the Mnangagwa administration. To this date, no response was provided. The documentary exposes the violent repression of demonstrators by the police that left more than 6 dead in the days leading up to the results. Besides the campaign and the presidential election, Nilsson's documentary also showcases the opposition's appeal to Zimbabwe's constitutional court after Emmerson Mnangagwa was declared the winner.
All the drama that's in the film and why it feels like a thriller, with the military and the police interrupting press conferences and all these dramatic events that took place during the election, is not something that you could have ever scripted had it been a fiction film. I think we were surprised very much about how events turned.
The filmmaker believes that the documentary's ability to retain the viewer's attention is largely due to the choices made by the ruling party. Now, Camilla Nilsson says that the most important thing for her is to make sure Zimbabwean audiences see the film.
We still need to release President in Zimbabwe, and we're in the process of doing so. And that will be another huge chunk of time in the beginning of 2022 to make sure that any Zimbabwean who would want to see President had an opportunity to do so.
Nilsson's first documentary, Democrats, released in 2014, was censored until February 2018. Making President accessible to Zimbabweans is undoubtedly going to be a difficult but not impossible endeavor.
Welcome to Space and Style, your weekly dose of real estate education. My name is Olamide Unifade, and thank you for sharing your evening with us. This week on the show, we have a very interesting topic which is very relatable to every adult. It is landlord and tenant issues. Today, we will attempt to prefer solutions to reduce these frictions to the barest minimum. Welcome back and thank you for staying with us. Before the break, we were talking about the importance of a tenancy agreement. And to discuss this topic with me is Mr. Roland Dogo. He is a lawyer who obtained his LLB degree from Ambrose Ali University, Ekpoma, and he also went to the Nigerian Law School, both in the second upper division. He also attended University of Lagos, where he backed an LLM degree. He has been active in the legal practice since his call to the Nigerian bar. Thank you for sharing your time with us.
Thank you very much. It's my pleasure to be here.
Okay, so how's practice been?
Well, practice is good.
Especially in the landlord and tenancy area.
Well, we're doing our bit.
Because when this topic came up, I was just like, I need a lawyer who is well-versed in that area because it's a bit technical. And a lot of people do not understand the technicality behind it. Because I hear some people would say, my landlord has served me an eviction notice and I don't have to pay my rent anymore. You know, a lot of stories, you know, jumping around and all that. So I said, okay, we have to put paid to all these assertions and get somebody who really understands the nitty-gritty. And you will bear me witness that aside land issues in court, the biggest problem in real estate, again, is landlord and tenancy relationships.
Yes.
So to start with, tenancy agreement, a lot of people do not understand the importance, how fundamental the tenancy agreement is. You find a lot of people moving to them into the apartment without anything defining the relationship between them and the landlord. And most of the time, their relationship starts on a semi-formal relationship. Then when issues of interference, notices and all that begin to come in, then they start looking around for what to guide them. So today we are going to talk about the importance of tenancy agreement. So first, my question is, why is it important?
Okay, thank you very much. Before we talk about the importance, I want us to try to look at the concept of tenancy agreement first by trying to get a definition or attempt a definition of what a tenancy agreement is. A tenancy agreement is essentially a contract between a property owner and a prospective tenant, because at this point there is no relationship yet. They are still talking about a relationship they want to get into. So it's essentially a contract between the property owner and the prospective tenant, outlining or specifying the terms and conditions that should guide the rental agreement between both of them. So from the definition that we have attempted to give, you will see that there are some essential elements, there are some essential features that should be present in any standard tenancy agreement. Number one is that the agreement must contain the name and description of the parties. In this instance, we are talking about the property owner who would now become the landlord, as well as the prospective tenant who would now properly come in to become a tenant, as it were. So apart from the issue of having the names and addresses and proper description of the parties, the agreement should also contain the address of the property that is to be rented by the tenant. It should describe it properly so that there is no misinformation whatsoever as to the premises that is to be rented by the tenant. a tenancy agreement must be clear and unambiguous as to the term that is granted by the landlord to the tenant. In this instance, there must be a commencement date, which must be clear, must be certain, and there must be a termination date. Then there are other important issues that the agreement, as it were, must also look at. The issue of maintenance of the property, the minor maintenance that are to be done, the issue of rates and charges, the incomings that will be coming during the period that the tenant will be in possession. We've had issues where rates, when I say rates now, I mean the issue of utility bills and all sorts, taxes and all of that do come in. The issue of who will be responsible for the payment. So it's usually very important to clarify the responsibility from the beginning so that midway into the relationship, parties will not begin to have issues or conflicts as to their responsibilities in the relationship.
Okay, to quote you in, you talked about the commencement and the duration and the end date.
Yes, please.
Well, you know there are about two types of tenancies, and people, get it wrong. Periodic tenancies and fixed tenancies. Can you please explain? Because that is very, very important where we are talking about the commencement date and the terminal date.
The issue of, in some instances, you hear people say, oh, because the tenant is owing, he has ceased to be a tenant, or the relationship that exists between the tenant and the landlord is no longer in existence. That is not true. For a periodic tenancy, whether or not rent is being owed or there is delay in payment of rent, upon the efflution of the term granted, the tenancy renews by itself automatically. Then for the other type of tenancy that you mentioned, which is the one for a fixed term, that one from the beginning, the term that is granted is for a term setting. The implication is that it does not renew. From the beginning, you know that it is for, the tenancy is for 1 year setting, for example. The same illustration I gave, a term of 1 year setting is granted from the 1st of January to lapse on the 31st of December. The implication of having a fixed term tenancy is that on the 31st of December, the tenancy comes to an end. There is no renewal whatsoever. And in that instance, when it is stated in the agreement that the grant is for a term setting, in trying to recover possession, what the landlord in that instance will do upon the efflution of time is to not give a 7 days notice of owner's intention, because that relationship has ceased.
Okay, so you're saying that the issue of notice to quit is essentially not available in instances like that?
In instances like that, notice to quit will no longer be relevant, because what notice to quit does is to determine the relationship of landlord and tenant that exists between parties.
So what's the implication of not having a tenancy agreement?
The most important one that I want us to address is the issue of the fact that when there is a tenancy agreement, the rights and obligations of parties are spelled out. So parties know their responsibilities, they know the rights that are accruing to them in the relationship. So in the absence of a tenancy agreement, there is the issue of conflicts that would usually arise, and the rights that are to be exercisable by parties, they are not clearly defined, they are not clearly cut out. So that would always lead to a situation of unnecessary conflicts where parties will begin to have arguments over their obligations. The issue of, the tenant asserting certain obligations to the landlord is expected, for example, where there is a faulty pumping machine in the premises. You find some situations where the tenants begin to call their landlord to come and effect repair on the faulty pumping machine, where the premises is not properly kept. So it is important to have a tenancy agreement because all of these obligations will be well spelled out in the agreement, and parties would know they have obligations to each other in the relationship. And another important aspect is the issue of unlawful and unfair eviction. From the aspect of the tenant, now from the part of the tenant, you would understand, or we can say that where there is no tenancy agreement, it tends to subject the tenant to some unfair and unlawful eviction practices from property owners. We have seen instances where landlord and property owners resort to self-help in trying to evict tenants from accommodations and all of that. Where there is a tenancy agreement, there would necessarily be stipulations as to how the premises would be recovered in instances where the property owner or the landlord is seeking recovery of the premises.
So you were talking about lawful eviction and all that in tenancies, but there are a lot of people who don't have tenancy agreement.
Yes.
So are you saying that they do not have a landlord-tenant agreement? The law doesn't recognize them as tenants?
No, they are tenants because the implication of that is that where there is no tenancy agreement, parties will now have to fall back to the provisions of the law. In the absence of a tenancy agreement, what the law says is what parties will be bound to follow. Usually, parties are at liberty to contract outside the law. They are at liberty to do that. But in the absence of any such agreement, the provisions of the law would bind parties on the relationship.
Okay, we're due for a short break. So after the break, you're going to take us through what the provisions of the law is, especially in situations where you don't have your tenancy agreement.
All right.
All right, we're due for a short break. Please stay with us. We'll be back shortly. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much for staying glued to your screens, and you are still watching Space and Style. So earlier, before we went on break, we were talking about the relationship between landlord and tenant, especially where there's no tenancy agreement. And you talked about the fact that even when there's no tenancy agreement. So in a case that the landlord wants to evict the tenant, in a case there's no tenancy agreement, what happens in court?
Well, usually what the court will do, or what is expected of the landlord in that situation, is to look at the mode of payment. Number one, it is established, there is no controversy as to the fact that the tenant is a tenant of the landlord, whether or not there is a written tenancy agreement. The fact that there is possession, the tenant is in possession of the premises, and he has made some form of payment, which is rent, to the landlord for the use of the premises, that would create a relationship, a tenancy relationship between the landlord and the tenant. But in the case of the landlord now seeking to evict the tenant, what steps should he take? The mode of payment, the type of payment being made by the tenant, usually would determine the type of tenancy that is created. Where the tenant pays annually for the use of the premises, the implication is that such a tenant is a yearly tenant. Where the tenant pays half yearly, every 6 months, the implication is that such a tenant is a half yearly tenant, as it were. Then the issue of 3 months, that's quarterly, monthly, and so on and all of that. So in a situation where the tenant is an annual paying tenant, and the landlord is desirous of evicting the tenant or getting possession, it is expected that the landlord would follow the provisions of the law regarding the type of notice that is to be issued to the tenant, which is usually 6 months notice. In the case where the tenant is a half-yearly paying tenant, automatically the type of tenancy that is created is a half-yearly type of tenancy. And in that situation, the provisions of the law on the type of notice, which is 3 months, that is to be given to such a tenant, would also be followed. Then, where the tenant is a monthly tenant, a monthly notice to quit, as it were, is a type of notice that is required to be issued to the tenant. Then, what the courts would usually do in such situation is to look at the facts, is to look at the prevailing facts and circumstances to determine, number one, the existence of the relationship, then number two, whether the proper notices have been issued. The implication of issuing a quit notice is that you are simply telling the tenant that upon the expiration of XYZ time, please, I expect you to vacate these premises. I want possession. There is this myth out there that is so untrue that most tenants will tell you that once the quit notice is issued, that they are no longer under any obligation to pay rent to the landlord. Is a fallacy. It is untrue. As long as you are in occupation, you are in possession of a premises, you are expected to pay some form of compensation, irrespective of the name that such a compensation is described.
I would like to ask this last question, because I know quite a number of people who don't have tenancy agreement, or who have tenancy agreement. When they are served notices, they insist that the landlord has to give them 6 months notice. Can you please explain the difference between when you have a tenancy agreement that caters for your notice and when there's no tenancy agreement that you have to fall back on the statutory notices?
Yes.
So please, can you do that
So
quickly?
essentially, where parties contract outside the provisions of the law to stipulate in their tenancy agreement the type of notices that are to be issued in the process of recovery, parties will be bound by the terms of their agreement. If a yearly tenant, for example, goes ahead to contract with a landlord that the type of notice to be issued for recovery is 3 months notice, such a yearly tenant, even if it's 1 day or 1 week, such a tenant will be bound by the provisions of the agreement that he has entered into. However, where there is no provision on the type of notice that is to be issued, that is where the provisions of the law will now be followed. And usually the type of tenancy will determine the type of notice that is to be issued. For a yearly tenant, like we mentioned earlier, it is 6 months. For a half-yearly tenant, it is...
That is if your contract does
not say
cater.
Otherwise.
So if it caters for it, then you are bound by what you signed.
Provisions of your contract.
That relationship is governed by the law of contract.
Exactly.
So whatever you sign, you're bound.
Tenancy agreement is just like every other contract. Once parties freely enter into it, they are bound by the terms of
Thank
the
you
agreement.
so much, Ronald Dogo. I am really grateful. Thank you for coming, and I hope you will come again.
Thank you very much.
Landlord and tenancy law relationship is governed by law, and it is so, it can be so complicated. And of course, we can't discuss it in one sitting, so I hope you come again.
Well, it will be my pleasure to
Thank you very much.
Again. Thank you.
Thank you for a very great discussion. We really had fun.
Thank you very much for having me.
I learned one or two things. Moving on, we have the design tip of the week. Enjoy.
I'm Dr. Morenike Basharu. creative director and founder of Dewey Options Limited, which is an interior design company. So today we're going to talk about colors. We're going to talk about color psychology in interior design. So when we talk about the elements of design, we talk about space, we'll talk about form, we talk about colors, and so many other things. So today I'm going to focus on colors. Now, color is very important in interior design because you can use it, to create an ambience or to affect the mood of the people that are going to be in the space. So you can have colors that you get into a space and you're really energetic, like the color red. You have colors that you get into a space and it's playful, like the orange or the yellow color. You have colors that you get in a space and it's kind of serious, like the blue or the black color, and there's some colors that you don't want to use too much of it in some situation. For example, if you're decorating a nursery, you don't want to use too much of the color yellow because it's an irritable color. So you can put, if you put too much yellow in a space, you can have your baby cry, cry, cry. And you don't mind using the color yellow in a study, right? Then in another situation where you have old people in a house. So many times when you're designing a space, it's important you know who are the people that will use the space. So for example, if I'm going to have a space where I'm going to have an elderly person stay in, you don't want to use the color red. Because of the color red can actually increase blood pressure. It can make you overtly excited. So you don't want to use a color like that. You want to use colors, and you don't want to use white. As beautiful as white looks in a space, you don't want to use it for someone that is really old because it can make that space look too bland and a bit, put them on that edge, So colors, there are study colors that you can use in a space on which you can lay other colors on. Colors like the white color, you can use black, you can use gray, you can use different shades of these hues, right? And when we use the color white or black, for example, you want to put other colors on it, to kind of put like a burst of color, right? So if I have a white room and I put a bit of black in it, and I want to put like a touch of red in it, depending on the people that are using the space. So when we are designing a space, it's very important to understand what the space is going to be used for. It's important we understand the kind of people that want to stay in that space. When you are designing for an extroverted person, someone that is very sociable, people that are very outgoing, you want to use colors that are exciting, very playful colors like orange, you want to use the red, you want to use colors like that, right? But when you are designing for people that are introverted, you want to come home and use very warm colors where we put in, like we use our grays, you're using green, you're using blue, Then another thing about color is, like I said earlier, in color psychology, colors have different meanings, right? So you have the blue color, which says it kind of signifies loyalty. You have red color, it signifies romance, it signifies fire, it signifies intensity, when something is really intense. When you have colors like yellow, the orange, it signifies playfulness. When you have colors like green, it brings you back to nature. And you have some shades of blue as well. It brings nature in because you're looking at colors that is really close to nature. When you're looking at the green grass, we're looking at the sky, we're looking at the sea is blue, So these colors are warm colors. So we have warm colors, we have cold colors, right? And another thing with color is that when you're designing a space, you can actually have, you can use colors on the color wheel. We have something that's a color wheel where you have warm colors on one side, we have the other colors on the other side. So you can have harmonious colors where you're having colors, the same colors on the color wheel, using it in a space. You can have complementary colors where you're combining colors from one side of the color wheel and the other side of the color wheel, you're bringing it together to use in a space. So you can actually do all of these things. And sometimes you can have the monochromatic design where you're doing in terms of color, where you're using the same color, right, but different shades of this color. So let me take for gray, for example. I can do gray, I can do the dark gray, the very light gray, I can do the mid gray, you know, and combine. So it's a whole lot. Color is very interesting. It's a science that affects the mind and the mood of people in a space. And that's it. So assuming you have a living room and you want to use the color white there, so you can paint all the walls white, then you use that furniture and you put a pop of color, you know, as accessories. And I always advise that because when the color is not in trend anymore, you can change your soft furnishing, the accessories very easily. I hope you've learned one or two things today. See you again next week.
Space and style.
And lastly on the show is the artisan spot. Please enjoy.
Actually, pé kí nǹkan wá nǹkan ṣe ni pé a fẹ́ báyàn máa tajà náà ni mí náà ń báyàn tajà gẹ́gẹ́ bí ọmọọṣẹ́. So láti bẹ̀ mo ti rí pé ọ̀nà tèmi náà lè ṣe léléyìí mo dẹ̀ fojú sí. I spent like 15 years lọ́dọ̀ ọ̀gá tí èmi náà wà kó tó di pé mi náà dómìnira ti tèmi náà. Actually ẹni tó bá lówó ó lè tà àmọ́ ó gbọ́dọ̀ train nípa ẹ̀ ó gbọ́dọ̀ mọ̀ nípa ẹ̀ torí pé bí situation Nàìjíríà ṣe rí nsìn tí o bá ní o kówó lórí ọjà kan tó mọ̀ nípa ẹ̀ bóyá kíní ẹ̀ ti fall nínú market nsìn ò mọ̀ tí wọ́n kàn lọ ra tí wọ́n bá fẹ́ ta tiẹ̀ nsìn wàá tà ní bad price ni àfi kó mọ̀ nípa ẹ̀ so bó ṣe ń lọ wàá mọ̀ quality wàá mọ̀ quantity pé tí n bá rà tó báyìí iye báyìí náà lè dí mi lórí ẹ̀ tó o bá ti mọ̀ nípa ẹ̀ o lè ṣe àfi kó train nípa ẹ̀ is all imported local wa náà wà but kò tí ì pọ́ńtà bí imported. The same thing even taba ní ká tún fojú wò ń sìn ní local one títí wa gan ó yìí fẹ́ stand ju foreign lọ but kò ń ṣe nǹkan tí tó wà famous táwọn èèyàn ti mọ̀ lọ́pọ̀lọpọ̀ àwọn èèyàn ń fi ojú pé local títí wa náà fi ń wò tó bá ká wo how long durability rẹ̀ bó ṣe long sí tiwa gan yìí tún ní àlàáfíà ju ti foreign one lọ. Fún àwọn táǹtà ń sìn àti wádìí lọ́wọ́ àwọn tó ń lò wọ́n ti sọ fún wa ifun ẹlòmíì tó mọ̀ ọ́nù wọn máa ń request ẹ̀ pé nírú eléyìí o nǹkan báyìí ni kò bá mi wá thickness ẹ̀ ó ju ti foreign lọ torí ní foreign yẹn àwọn náà máa fún wọn ní measurement nǹkan táwọn fẹ́ látọ̀hún yẹn wá but ti local ti wá ń sìn kó size tí a ti ń lò láti pẹ́tipẹ́ làwọn yẹn sì ń ṣe àwọn náà kọ́ lè dídí ẹ̀ kú ń bẹ̀ so quality yẹn sì wà ń bẹ̀ bóyá heavy bóyá strong sí. Challenge tá à ń dorúkọ ló ń bẹ̀ ń sìn ni pé bí situation countries ṣe rí ń sìn torí pé tí a bá ra ọjà pé à ń tajà yìí ní 10,000 naira for instance ń sìn ká tó ta ọjà tán ká tó dé ọjà wọ́n lè ní price ti increase àwa dẹ̀ ti ta ní rate tí táwa rà so ó máa ń jẹ́ ìṣòro fún wa láti pé nǹkan tá a ti tà ní low price a dẹ̀ dé market a tún bá ní high price always ni ọjà ń wọ́n nítorí pé ó ń fún wa nírọ̀wọ́ ẹ̀sìn ọkàn lórí ẹ̀ tó yẹ pé owó tá a ní lọ́wọ́ gan kò fẹ́ ká agbára iṣẹ́ tá à ń ṣe gangan mọ́ ń sìn. N pé bí technology ṣe wà ń sìn ifun bó ṣe jẹ́ pé bí irú àwọn tó mọ̀ pé ní baby color tí yàn wá rí color yẹn àwọn tó jẹ́ àwọn expert nínú dí àwọn furniture yìí wọ́n lè ra bí off white ń sìn wọ́n gbé kalẹ̀ kán sọ fún àwọn tó fẹ́ bá wọn spray pé nǹkan tá fẹ́ gbé kíkiní ìgbéjáde nìyẹn ó máa gbé jáde mi fún bí irú plain color nìyẹn o kò lè wọn lè rú àwọn tó jẹ́ design color ṣe kò ń ṣe pé mi ń ṣe pẹ̀lú ṣeréṣeré ní tí mo ń ṣe pẹ̀lú life mi tí mo fi ń tọ́ ìyàwó àtàwọn ọmọ mi tí wọ́n fi graduate tó wà ní university sí wà ń bẹ nísìnyí so ní tí mo lè fi sọ́mọ lọ́wọ́ ni.
Space and style.
We have come to the end of the show this week, and I hope you have enjoyed it, particularly the expert segment. I hope you learned one or two things about tenancy agreement. My name is Tilo Lamide, and thank you so much for watching. Until next time, this is Space and Style.
Former senator and governorship aspirant for the All Progressive Congress, Magnus Abe, refutes reports that he dumped the All Progressive Congress, APC, and his governorship ambition. And Governor of Lagos State, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, is declared winner of the All Progressive Congress, APC's governorship primaries for the state to run, as two other aspirants were denied clearance to partake in the primaries. Well, this is Plus Politics, and I am Mary Island. Former senator and governorship aspirant of the All Progressive Congress, Magnus Abe, has announced that reports that he has dumped the party are false. Abe, who represented Rivers South East District in the upper chamber of the National Assembly, said he will contest the Rivers State governorship elections in 2023. Abe, however, vowed to challenge the outcome of the indirect primary mode adopted by the former Minister of Transportation, Rotimi Amechi, for the party's governorship primary in Port Harcourt. He said, and I quote, "The indirect primary being conducted today by the former Minister of Transportation and his cronies in APC in Rivers State clearly does not meet the standard." He noted that he will not accept the outcome, neither will he be bound by it, Abe stated. Now, joining us to discuss this is Tony Okocha, former Chief of Staff, Rivers State, and Isaac Ogbogbula. He is of the Rivers State APC. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for joining us. Gentlemen, can you hear me? I think that we have a connection problem. Can you hear me, Mr. Okocha? Okay. Well, we will try to get the gentleman back on the conversation. We'll take a quick break. Well, it's still Plus Politics, and joining us is Tony Okocha, former Chief of Staff, Rivers State, and of course Isaac Ogbogbula, who is the APC caretaker chairman in Rivers State. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining us. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
Okay, perfect. I'll start with you, Mr. Okocha. Apparently, Senator Magnus Abe is saying that he did not necessarily leave the APC. I remember the last time I spoke with the senator here, he did say that nobody was capable of pushing him out of the party. But then we see him saying that he does not accept the mode of the primaries in Rivers State. And of course, he's still insisting that he will be participating in the governorship elections come 2023. My question is, how is that going to happen, especially with the APC in your state saying that Mr. Tony Cole is their flag bearer officially? Mr. Okocha, can you hear me?
Yeah, your network is ghosting. I can barely hear you. You are coming in pieces.
Okay, so I'm asking how the senator would want to be the governorship, he would want to participate in the governorship elections come 2023, as he has said, even as he has dropped out of the gubernatorial race. I mean, the party has already said that Mr. Tony Cole is their flag bearer officially come 2023. How is this supposed to happen?
Okay, thank you. If I got it right, let me start by correcting the misconception and presentation of the sitting Senator Magnus Abe, because yesterday our phones were inundated with calls saying to him that he's withdrawn from APC and governorship of Rivers State. And that is a fat, big lie. That is not the issue. The issue is that we said we are not going to participate in an already skewed process, a process for which you have already known the result, and we say we're not going to participate. And it does not translate to withdrawal, because we have respect for the party and we are still party members. We say we're not going to participate because it's like you going to play a football match, and just at the center of the pitch, you see on the scoreboard that you're already 3-0, three goes down. And so, how do you start that kind of football match? So the misconception here is what I first of all want to debunk. Magnus is still a bona fide member of Nigeria, Rivers State chapter, and is very much interested to govern the good people of Rivers State come 2023. And we're very much on course.
So my question is, how does he intend to do that? Yes, he's dropped out of the, he's dropped out of the primaries, which he called skewed. But then the APC has acknowledged that Tonye Cole is their flag bearer for 2023. How does the senator hope to pursue this if he indeed says he will run in 2023? The party has to, at some point, declare him a flag bearer. How will that happen?
Hello?
Yes, can you hear me? Mr. Kocho, can you hear me? Okay, I'm going to toss to Mr. Gbobula because, Mr. Kocho, I think you're having difficulties hearing us. Mr. Gbobula, I'd like to find out from you exactly what transpired yesterday, even though Senator Magnus Abe has called the primaries that was conducted in your state yesterday skewed.
Okay, thank you, and good evening, Rivers people.
Yeah.
First, let me correct the impression that I'm still the caretaker committee chairman. No, immediate past caretaker committee chairman of the party in the state.
Okay.
There is a new chairman on board. High Chief Emeka Beke is a substantive chairman of the party in the state. I think that should be very well noted.
Okay.
Okay. Now, moving forward, I must just say this as simple as it is, that Senator Magnus Abe is entitled to the decisions and actions that he would like to take with respect to party-related issues. For instance, he said that he was not going to participate in the process. It's perfectly his right to say so, but that will not stop anything from happening. The primaries took place on yesterday at the Emeka Stadium, and a winner emerged. Other aspirants participated, and then there was a result. In fact, the name of Senator Magnus Abe was on the ballot. He was announced as part of the persons contesting because he did not write officially to INEC or to the party. He went on social media and other media platforms to say what he wanted to say. But he didn't write officially to say that he was not participating in the process. So INEC, the list sent to INEC of cleared aspirants after the screening, was what was used to conduct the primaries. And he scored one or two, I don't know whether he scored any vote at all. So there was a winner at the end of the day yesterday, and that is architect Pastor Tonye Cole. Other aspirants scored votes too in their favor. Thank you.
I'd like to ask you some things that to debunk some of the things that the senator said. Now, the senator had said that the process in itself was hijacked by the Minister of Transportation. He also said that the modus operandi, in other words, the mode of conducting that primary, was not necessarily something that was agreed to, and that it was skewed. Were all the candidates told about the mode of that primary? Were they all in agreement as to how the primary was going to play out? Is this something that everybody gave a nod to, including the senator?
It's important for us to get this very correct and right. First, everything that has to do with party primaries is a national event. The publications and all of that come from notices from the national to the INEC and other relevant agencies. All the states need to do is to notify INEC of the venue, and the venue was duly notified to INEC. Every party member knew the venue. So I don't understand. Is it that Mr. Magnus Abe wanted a special notice to himself? There is no such provision anywhere, whether in the constitution of the party, constitution of the confederation, or any electoral law. So I don't understand the argument that he's putting up there. In any event, the steps, the processes to be taken at every turn was scheduled by the national, and it's across the entire was across the entire 36 states, including FCT.
So Mr. Gbobula, you're telling me that the National had the right to tell you what mode your primaries would take, whether it was direct or indirect. This was the call of the National as opposed to the state?
Yes. Yes, the National takes that kind of decision. Where you hold, the National takes that kind of decision. It's not a state affair. The state does not conduct primaries. National will send the officers from the National to come and supervise and send the results to them.
Interesting. Let me bring back Mr. Kocha into the conversation. Mr. Kocha, are you still there? Can you hear me? Mr. Kocha, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Perfect.
Yes, I can hear you clearly.
I'm sure that you listened to what Mr. Gbobula is saying. Again, the senator had alleged that the process yesterday was skewed. It was hijacked by the information by the Minister of Transportation and his cronies. But Mr. Gbobula is saying that everything that happened went in accordance with what the National had prescribed for yesterday's event. But your leader is saying that the reason why he pulled out is because this was hijacked. So enable us understand why, if the senator was in the know about the modus operandi, why he's crying foul right now.
Yes, the senator is not a madman. The senator is very cerebral. I hear very well. The farmer, and for somebody who purchased from the neighborhood of 50 million naira to aspire to be governor and perhaps aspire to be candidate of a political party, it's not a child's play. And so he's fully abreast with the processes. But let me tell you here, there are processes that bettered the governor primaries that was announced by APC National for the whole of the country, including the 36 states, including Abuja, yesterday. We are saying that of Rivers State never held.
How do you mean that of Rivers State never held?
The reason why we say that it never held was that they are what they call a special, it never held in the eyes of the law. All right. And so just listen to me and get the reason why I say it never held. Now, there was supposed to be a special Congress. That special Congress was to be held on the 17th and 18th of May. The special congresses would have been delegates who aspirant to candidates of the party, followed up in the whole of traditional media and social media, that process never held in Rivers State. It was hijacked.
I'm sorry, Mr. Kocha, we're having connection issues with you and we're unable to hear you. We'll try to get you back on the line. But in the meantime, let's go back to Mr. Gbobula. Now, going forward, Mr. Gbobula, I want to take you back to 2019. In 2019, we had a similar situation. And it seems like old wounds are being reopened again. The party seems to have been at this place before. It's some form of deja vu. There was a stalemate during the congresses. It's the same thing that happened last year when the congresses were held. The senator kept saying that the situation or the process in itself was skewed. And then, of course, we know what happened in 2019. The party in itself lost out on all the tickets. And then here we are again, 4 years down the line. Why has it taken the APC in Rivers State so long to come to some form of agreement or compromise or a conversation of sorts between the Magnus Abe side of the party and the party as a whole? Why has it taken so long to address this issue that keeps cropping up every time you have primaries or when you have congresses? Every time.
Thank you. First, let me correct a very erroneous impression. The Honorable Minister of Transportation, former Honorable Minister of Transportation, did not hijack any process. He was not in charge of any process at any stage. Everything that happened prior to the primaries and up to the primaries for governorship were scheduled, fixed, supervised, conducted by the national. It's important that we clear this fact. The sale of forms was open to every party member. In fact, even non-party members. Because at the point of selling forms to you, nobody knows. You don't present anything. You just pick up a form and all of that. So they bought their forms in Abuja, and those who, the ones that were told that the state secretariat, they approached the state secretariat and bought their forms. So that was very clear. And then two, there is a difference between 2019, the events of 2019 and 2022. We must get that very clear. The narrative is not the same. The scenarios are not the same. Yes. If you want me to go back down memory lane, I will tell you that what was the issue in 2019 was the issue of the ESCO of the party. The ESCO of the party where Ojukari emerged as the party chairman. And some persons complained that they were denied access to purchase of forms. And they paid for forms in the bank, but they were not allowed to access forms. And so somebody went to complain that he was excluded. And then the court, in its own wisdom, nullified the process. And so if you do not have an ESCO, then how can you now midwife the party affairs to even elect party candidates and all of that? That was what happened in 2019. In 2022, every person had access. So the narratives are not the same. Senator Magnus Abe chose by himself on social media not to participate without any formal communication to any quarter. And in law, he cannot, he's seen as having participated. We have formal channels and processes. If you want to withdraw, if you don't want to participate and all of that, to follow. And if you did not, then you seem to have participated and you have failed woefully.
Well, the senator has also, I'm sorry, the senator has also mentioned that he would follow up this case, in the courts of competent jurisdiction. And this again, I ask, how do you make sure that this does not give the APC another fall before the elections proper? You didn't really answer my question. I asked, why has it taken this long to address the issue between the main party itself and, of course, the followers of Senator Magnus Abe? Why has the party not called for a conversation of sorts, a handshake across the table to deal with this issue? Because I'm asking, as a house that is not together cannot really fight a formidable force as, a viable opposition, knowing that the PDP is in charge in your state. How does the APC intend to unseat the PDP in River State if these issues are not addressed? That was what I asked.
Senator Magnus Abe is free to go to court. When we get to that bridge, we'll cross it. And the people have been going to court all along. From 2019 up to recently, they've been going to court, aren't it? So it's not a new thing to us. If you are asking why it's taking so long for there to be communication meetings and discussions and all that, that's not correct. There have been meetings, there have been consultations, there have been committees set up at the national level, at the regional level, and at the state levels. The national set up several committees, including that one headed by His Excellency Oyegun, former governor of Edo State. Several layers of meetings, several layers of consultation.
But can you say that those consultations and meetings have yielded anything?
And somebody just refused to be a party man.
And when you say he's refused to be a party man, what exactly does it mean to be a party man? Senator Abe continuously says that nobody will push him out of the party and that there are moves to do that. But I keep asking, you've had consultations, you've had meetings, how fruitful have those meetings been? Because if you've not been able to address an issue and it's still lingering, does that not mean that all of those committees have failed?
you can take a horse to the stream, but you cannot force the horse to drink. What is important is that platforms have been provided for people to talk. Reconciliatory committees and panels and bodies have been set up at different levels. People have attended and critics have come out of those processes. If you refuse to accept, it's up to you.
Okay.
We cannot, heavens will not fall because you have refused to accept the process.
I think
it's up to him.
Okay. I think we have Mr. Tony Okocha back. Mr. Okocha, can you hear me? I think we lost that connection again. Unfortunately, we'll take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll get Mr. Okocha on the line to speak with us. Stay with us. Still talking about the outcome of the Rivers State APC primaries that held yesterday. And of course, we've been speaking with Tony Okocha, former Chief of Staff, Rivers State Government, and of course, Isaac Ogbobula, former APC caretaker chairman. Now, Mr. Okocha, we lost you for a bit, and Mr. Ogbobula has been making an interesting case. He's saying that one of the reasons why the senator, or rather, because I asked a question about why we've had this lingering issue of Senator Magnus Abe and his followers continuously being allegedly left out of processes within the party. And I asked why there has not been an opportunity for these conversations to be had, for you to be able to make a point to the big party, which is the PDP, that you are in opposition to. And he has said that several times the party has made moves to try to reconcile the Magnus Abe faction of the party, and there has been an outright refusal for that to happen. And so I'm asking, is the APC ever going to be able to run and win elections in Rivers State if these issues are not being addressed?
Oh, thank you so much. I worry that the network here is physical. The time I can hear you right now. And I'm happy to also note that I am pleased on this conversation with my friend, Barrister Isaac Ogbobula. And I worry that he is evasive in answering the question you asked, why it has been impossible for two groups, the warring group, the warring functions to come together. And I say so because Ogbobula, as caretaker chairman, we all agree to him because the court said so, that he was caretaker chairman of APC at one point. Ogbobula took the bull by the horn with respect to him, and he don't, I thank God he's hearing me here. He took the bull by the horn and sent a message to the two factions. I was part of those invited to that meeting. And the meeting was invited, was summoned at the residence of a former governor of Rivers State, His Excellency, who was at a judge. In that meeting, Ogbobula was very gentle and made his presentation in a very sweet manner. He said the essence of the meeting was for us to see whether we can strike a truce where the two parties or the two factions will fuse together and work together as one. And we all agree, we are all happy, because for the first time after several years, we have not made ourselves together. We haven't shared the kind of realities and the principles we shared between our other brothers on the other side of the divide. We have unfortunately Isaac Ogbobula came from. And what we first and foremost we ask the question, anything you have conveyed is the honorable minister, the leader of the party on your own side of the divide, to be aware of this meeting. Ogbobula told us, and I'm not that he's hearing me, Ogbobula told us in that meeting that we could not have called a meeting of that magnitude without the need that he was meeting being aware of the meeting. And in fact, that he expected commitment from me in writing. Now, beyond him, we have one honorable Asita who is also from the other side of the divide, who could have what Ogbobula said. Asita in his own remarks said that he could not have attended the meeting without letting me and letting know that we are taking that kind of meeting. And I don't think I meant to get it clearance. But if you go and attend the meeting, whatever decision that someone came out of the meeting will bind on him. And on our own side of the divide, the week Nake said the same thing, and Magnus was aware of the meeting. And we spoke with him before we all attended the meeting. And Magnus was an agreement that we should attend the meeting, and whatever decision we took in that meeting will also bind on him. Chief Uyonka, right away, former member of House of Representatives, also celebrated that. So the table was set for a discussion. And we discussed extensively. The first meeting, we didn't resolve. We adjourned another day. He Omobola presided the meeting as caretaker chairman. We all agreed to him. Now, the second meeting, we all agreed, well, you gentlemen, we are tired of this fight. What is this whole struggle about? We need to come together and be robust. To be able to present a formidable opposition to PDP in Rivers State. And we said, okay, what do we do? We agreed that we are going to have a cooperative agreement that will bind on all parties. In other words, there was no need for us to go to the field and begin to fight again for the World Congress. I thought that was the beginning of the entire process. Based on that, we agreed to a 4-man committee, 2 at least. And they called 2 people from their own group. One Barrister Henry was a member of the committee, and one Dr. Rex was a member of that committee. On our own part, we had Honorable Friday King, former member of the House Assembly as member, who had Honorable Oruwari Adekie, former member of House Assembly, on our own side of the divide. All of them were asked to go and look at the modus operandi. All of them were asked to look at the virtue of agreement. What do we do? And they were to return back to the House on the Friday, proceeding the process for the Congress. My guess is that Nigerians will want to hear that the mass meeting that was convened for a Friday is breaking Saturday for the Congress.
Okay.
The committee members showed up. Every member of our group who has participated in the mass meeting were also present. So our chagrin, on their own side, only Africa attended the meeting. The whole member committee were already present. They had decided to reach an agreement on what to do. You know that these people didn't talk. We waited for that for more than 3 hours. Even Africa himself became worried. So why would it that?
So Mr. Okocha, you're saying that they reneged on an agreement that was made in series of meetings that you had. You're saying that the other side had reneged on this agreement, and that's why there's a...
was condemned by my friend, who is there according with me there. Let him deny it.
Let's talk about the way forward, because we're running out of time. I feel a bit, like I said at the beginning, it seems like a deja vu. It seems like a problem that doesn't want to go away, because every single election cycle, we keep coming back to having this conversation. Since 2019, every time there's either a World Congress or state congresses, we are back here again. And so what is the way forward? Because there has to be. I'm guessing that you want that to be if the APC must hold any office whatsoever going forward in Rivers State. And that's the same question I asked Mr. Gbobula. What do you think the way forward will be? Because time is ticking and it might run out if something is not done.
Is it me?
No, I'm asking Mr. Okocha this now, because I think I asked you that question earlier on.
Thank you. My dear sister, thank you for this question. You know, until they stop acting the Colombo Street, until they stop the Gustavo approach, the approach to hijack, the approach to evacuate the high people, there will APC will continue to place in Rivers State. We have extended the only branch. We have told them that we are ready. We're members of this political party of Fire Now. If we didn't have the interest of party, we would have defected to another political party. Some of us have a lot of problems remaining in this party. We have property, we have human beings remaining in this party. And we don't want the party to drift into a different region. The way forward is that there has to be a written head, and everybody should consider APC to be its own capital enterprise. It is not a private business. And the next time, the more they get to that point that the APC is not the personal business, but it's a political party, not decision for, then we will not make progress.
Okay, and
I think that APC is a political party, and that the election of a political party is a fit candidate, contest election, win election, and the side of the list of government, we will not make progress. And these are the different countries. We also have the same way under the 2019. You can see the rehash of every results. You see the same thing the same way, and you expect different results. The answer is no. My friend there is saying that Magnus will finish right the later one. How will he be trading for Magnus? Magnus is still alive.
All right, because
How does he know that nothing has the letter? Write the letter for who, for crying out loud?
All right, Mr. Kocha, because we're running out of time, I have very little time left. I have a few seconds, so I'm going to pose this last question to Mr. Gbobula. Mr. Gbobula, do you think
I got your question. Can I just say this?
Yes,
Right.
I want to rephrase it.
Yes.
Do you stand a chance at this rate? Like I said earlier on, a house divided against itself cannot stand, and you have the PDP to contend with. They have had their own issues, of course, but what do you do going forward?
Thank you. We have never had our chances have never been better than we have it today. But let me quickly clear this. First, I did not hear even one thing, all the things that Chief Okocha was saying, because apparently he's saying he's in an enclosure where it's echoing so much. I didn't hear anything. But I heard from your question when you asked whether there was an agreement between Magnus Abe and the minister or the party. There was no such agreement as time to be corrected. No agreement between Magnus Abe, no concessions,
But he did make mention of the fact that you convened the meeting, Mr. Gbobula. He made mention right here that you convened that meeting and there were agreements that were made to bring 2 people each from each side of the divide, and that was done. But that you reneged on your side of the deal. So you're saying you had no idea about what happened or this meetings that transpired?
To that extent, yes, we had that meeting, we agreed, and we all nominated our people who went to the party secretariat, and every person picked forms supervised by the 2 sides. And we won when we went for the primaries and all of that. So we fulfilled our part of it and they participated. That's why there is no complaint of exclusion when it came to the party structure. That was at that stage. So there was, that if we're talking about an agreement between Magnus Abe and some of that, there is no such agreement. But the one that we had in the several meetings that we had, we fulfilled our part of it.
All right.
And we won them squarely in the field.
Unfortunately, our time is fast spent. I want to say thank you to Tony Okocha. Tony Okocha, I'm sorry, gentlemen, we have to go. Unfortunately, our time is fast spent. Tony Okocha is former Chief of Staff to River State Government, and Isaac Ogbobula is a former River State APC Caretaker Chairman. As we take this break, when we come back, we will be talking about the outcome of Lagos State APC primaries yesterday. Stay with us.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
Now 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. On the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
It's still Plus Politics, and we did say that we were going to talk about the outcome of the APC primaries in Lagos State. Unfortunately, we are unable to establish connection with our guest, and so we'll bring you a recap of what happened on Monday. Yes, we spoke with the resident electoral commissioner of Ekiti State on preparations for the elections in June. Stay with us. You're still watching Plus Politics. Now, 10,269 electoral officers will participate in the June 18 governorship elections in Ekiti State. This was stated by the resident electoral commissioner, Dr. Adeniran Tella, in Ado-Ekiti during a roadshow to sensitize residents to the need to vote and be peaceful in the forthcoming poll. Tella said electoral officers who comprised INEC staff, corps members and some youths were undergoing a series of training ahead of the polls. According to him, the preparation for the election is picking up momentum and a lot of activities have been carried out and almost completed. In the area of security, he said the electoral body would work with the police and other security agencies to ensure a hitch-free election. Joining us now to discuss this is Dr. Adeniran Tella. Thank you very much, Mr. Adeniran, for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Great. Let's start by talking about the improved INEC. Of course, many people have talked about the beavers and Anambra State being a litmus test for the upcoming elections in Ekiti State and Osun State. Now, there are obviously concerns because we saw some hiccups. I was also in Anambra during that election, and we saw that some beavers were not working. Some of the core members were unable to use those beavers. But let's generally look at the readiness of INEC for Ekiti.
Okay, thank you very much. The commission is poised and we are fully determined to conduct Ekiti election in an improved electoral process. And this could even be seen in many diverse ways in respect of the steps we have taken so far. For instance, in the aspect of electoral personnel, the security issues, the materials, and etc.
All right, let's talk about the issues that we have seen. Political parties have continuously been dragging each other to court, saying that this is not the rightful candidate. But of course, INEC's duty is to take whoever the leadership of the party says is the candidate or the flag bearer for the party. Has INEC been able to make sure that all the areas where these polling centers, including the new ones, the polling units that have been added to the ones that were there, will be fully secured? Now, we already know that normally we have police officers who are not armed at these polling units. But generally, can you say that Ekiti State will be safe, secure, and we will not have any electoral hiccups come that day? Looking at the state of affairs right now within the state.
Thank you very much. From the commission aspect, in a recent time, the commission has succeeded in bringing up an idea, a program that is specifically meant for the election violence and mitigation advocacy tools. And the whole idea is to identify early signal and relate this to the relevant stakeholders and the security personnel in an attempt to devise an appropriate mitigations to curb electoral violence. Secondly, about 2 weeks ago, the commission embarked on a program which is being anchored by the Electoral Institute. And this is being taken by the security operatives, cascaded in the electoral security training. And the workshops was basically on how to mitigate, proactively mitigate against violence as well.
What's the biggest challenge that INEC is facing right now, or would think would be the biggest challenge for you in the Ekiti elections come next month? Do you have any other challenges aside from the hiccups that technology might pose? Again, the transmission of results is a thing that Nigerians are really holding on to for dear life, being that this would be one of the guarantees for free, fair and credible elections. How certain are you that these beavers will work even in some areas where might not be necessarily Ado-Ekiti?
You could recollect that we had an election in FCT February 2022, and in 2021 we had election in Anambra respectively. And I was fortunate to participate in the two elections. I can boldly tell you that from what we learned so far, we are engaging, and we have done that even here in Ekiti, engaging the core members. We have invested them and engaging them in a route training, we call it route training, and it's an intensive training that spanned for a period of 5 weeks instead of 3 days before the election. So they could even handle the beavers in an appropriate manner. There are some certain hindrances that we pose with the use of beavers, but as I speak to you, we are able to summon the courage and have the challenges over. So we never ever said any problem as it is now.
Let's look at the issue of INEC officials, whether it be the ad hoc staff or the main staff. Many have also queried the steadfastness of INEC officials. We've also seen INEC officials being, charged to court on election, malpractices. Is there also some form of just hold on? Is there some form of training also and retraining on electoral malpractices, bystanding and watching? I know that there's a big issue with, vote buying at polling units, even though INEC has said that this is out of their hands. But is there any form of upgrade that the INEC has come up with to help with the issue of vote buying and electoral malpractices?
On the issue of the electoral officials, you will discover that the newly introduced devices being put in place by the Commission will not give a room for such practice to take place. Then besides, we have given enough training to our staffs, and we are now even giving to the whole world that they will be satisfactorily working assiduously towards achieving the set goals by giving a credible election to the electorate. On this issue of vote buying, we have embarked on a series of training and enlightenment to the electorate to know that they cannot even say themselves. They have to choose freely who will determine who will occupy the seat for the next 4 years.
How well do you think that training, I mean, I saw that you did a road show to try to educate the populace on what should happen during the elections, but I also covered the Anambra elections, and I saw lots of vote buying happening across the different political parties. Some came in form of food, some came in form of snacks, some actually gave food and money, inducing people who were on that line, to vote for the different political parties. Again, how do we dissuade that? I'm asking because the road shows are great, the sensitization campaigns are good, but how effective are they in changing the mindset of the average Nigerian? We're in 2022 and 2023 is just around the corner where we're going to have the general elections. How effective do you think all that you've done is?
The road show is of two ways. The first intent about this is for the electorate to pick up the permanent voters card that we have succeeded in distributing to the 16 local governments. The second aspect is for them to come out en masse and vote, such that their vote will count and they choose their candidate rightfully.
So you're saying that this is very effective or not? You're just saying, you just told me what you do, but do you think that what you've done so far is going to be effective? It would reflect in the attitude of the voters when they come out on that day to vote? That was my question.
Definitely, because virtually every day they pick their voters card. We normally even give the details of the number of those who have collected the PVC. That is an assurance in a way.
So sorry, has there been an improvement?
And their vote is going to be counted. Then,
I'm sorry, Mr. Teller. Has there been an improvement?
The training given to the core members, the training given to the electoral officials, the poll officials, and all that. We normally roll the numbers out on constant basis, so that there won't be any iota of doubting as regard the exercise that we are even embarking on.
So can you say that there's been...
And we have created 5% markup contingency.
Sorry, I'm so sorry to speak over you, Mr. Teller, but I'm going to ask this question again. Can you tell me if there has been an improvement in the number of people who are picking up their voters card compared to the previous elections that you've had?
Definitely. The reason why we have an augment, increment on the number of people that are picking up permanent voters card is as a result of the step being taken by the commission. For instance, we engage the civil society organization, the faith-based organization, the market women outreach, and the elderly ones in our respective villages were really involved to know the importance, and they should know that the permanent voters card is so central to this exercise. Without being collecting it, they cannot even pick their candidates rightfully.
Well, I want to say thank you. Dr. Adeniran Teller is the Resident Electoral Commissioner for Ekiti State, and he's speaking to us live from Ado-Ekiti. Thank you so much for speaking with us, Dr. Teller.
Thank you for having me.
I appreciate it. Well, thank you all for staying with us, and we have come to the end of the show tonight. Plus Politics returns next week on Monday as we continue to talk for development. But even as we are in the campaign season, don't forget to know your rights. Know that you need to get your PVC. It's 2 more days before INEC wraps up. Make sure you get your PVC and get ready for the elections. I'm Mary Anacone. Have a great evening.
That we in the political system have been a disappointment and a failure to the country. And if youth rise up, if people rise up against us, they will be completely justified because we don't play according to the rules, we don't have rules that are followed, and we do things, for instance, let me go back to talk about the issue of political education. Where will somebody who wants to benefit from the illiteracy of the people, of the lack of capacity of the people, give political education to the people? The political parties are not interested in people who ask questions. They are not interested in people who are independent. They are not interested in people who will do what is right. That is why I said we in the National Assembly should open up the political space so that people that seek to contest election and are denied for whatsoever reason and contest the election as independent candidates.
A system that allows people to pay delegates or have delegates determine who becomes the flag bearer, who a person spends all that money to get to that particular office, does not think that he's accountable to the people. He thinks he's accountable first to himself and his pocket, and then to his cronies who got him there. So you have a crisis in terms of accountability, because ordinarily the Constitution says when you get there, you're supposed to go there and make laws. But the first thing you need to do is to recoup how much you have spent, first and foremost. Then, try and get some more money to bolster your finances for the next election.
Most Nigerians who are savvy recognize that both the PDP and APC are one and the same party, and that in 22 odd years, both parties have inflicted so much damage to the possibilities of the Nigerian dream that there was need to think alternative. But you see, people are very slow to adapting to a new way. People sometimes fear the unknown, but in the case of Nigerian politics, they are particularly wary of the fact that what is called structure tends to determine election outcomes.
We who supported him were the people who made the mistake rather than the person. He didn't change. It turned out that President Buhari had always just wanted to be president, and the governance was not his priority. There were difficult decisions to make. There was no time to make those decisions. He took all his time to make the wrong decisions, and he allowed the country to drift when he should have exercised a firm grip on the nation, govern with sensitivity, inclusiveness, some level of empathy, and literally lead rather than just simply delegate responsibility. So it turned out that many of us who supported him were wrong. He wasn't. And it turned out that he just wanted to be president. And as far as he was concerned, that was all he.
Nothing will happen to Okorocha. It's all about the administration of impunity. Okorocha will play the script by the time he comes out of EFCC confinement. He'll probably withdraw his candidacy like a good boy. And he would, of course, like every other one, once he recants, we've heard it from Adam Oshiomhole. Join us and you are immune. He's one of the foundation members of APC. So how can anyone expect that anything will happen to him? All that you are saying is that in the moment, he is required to act in a manner that is inconsistent with his own choices. And when he finally understands that he has to play according to the script, they will pat him on the back. He will go back to the chambers of the Senate. That was the Senator of the Federal Republic.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamude Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on Plus TV Africa as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamude Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
Politicizing our humanity. You see, Nigeria today has become a den of unknown gunmen. And I say that because for every new report you see now, any news, anything, you see unknown gunmen kills 20, unknown gunmen kidnaps 50. So any small thing is unknown gunmen. And the level of insecurity in the country today has risen. You know, so today we no longer ask whether our lives and properties are secured. We only ask who is next to be killed or kidnapped. You know, we check and we see, okay, whose family is next? Which family is going to be thrown into mourning? So right now, Nigerians are only waiting, and we're waiting and saying, whose turn is it going to be? The level of insecurity in the country has become extremely worrisome. The lapses created by government, by the inaction of government. You know, government had the opportunity to nip this insecurity in the bud. You know, when it started. You know, it started like play. It wasn't this bad. It wasn't this bad. But now, because of government's inaction, we are caught up, and it seems as if there's nothing that we can do about it again. So now it is even worse It is worse that we as citizens are not making enough noise about the right things. We are concerned about some other things. So despite the worrisome state of our dear nation, the plague of politicizing any little thing, we are quick to say, now this party they run amo, now this party they do amo, is because of this party. And so right now, we are trivializing the problems and the challenges that we are facing as a nation. So there are talks all over social media claiming that the violence and actions leading to the high level of insecurity, which now threatens our very existence, are sponsored. Members of the ruling and opposition parties have thrown all caution to the wind, and they exchange blames. It is this party, it is that party, rather than just actually recognizing terrorism for what terrorism is and taking actions to stop the incessant killings and kidnappings, which is threatening the very existence of Nigerians. We must stand united or fall divided. We must stand united. Nigeria is at the very brink. We are at the very brink of war. And I don't think we are saying this enough. I think everyone is just looking at, okay, maybe because the thing never touched me, make we just look at, and everyone is just playing with the situation. The situation has become so dire and would worsen if we do not join voices and actions and implore the government to take decisive actions to protect the lives and properties of the people. We must educate and reorientate ourselves. We must advocate for peace and tolerance. Negative and irresponsible tribal comments, it has no other thing to do than to incite violence. So it breeds this intolerance that we have for ourselves. And this tribe will say, now these people, if these people come out, we will get peace and all of those things. And then we wonder why some people are killing another tribe and why another tribe is killing another tribe. So I feel we must be able to preach peace and preach unity, if at all we want to see the end of this insurrection. I have always said this, and I think this is time to say it again. In terms of, if we're talking about security, I think the time for decentralization is now. The power that the federal government wields as far as security is concerned is too much. And it would seem that even that power now is overwhelming, such that they don't even know what to do with the power again. Assign state governments with the task of security responsibilities. Yes, at federal government level, there are some powers that you cannot just take away. But let the security apparatus in the police, security operatives that you have, let them be responsible to state governments. Let state governments take charge. Let them take charge. A governor of a particular state will not be looking at while his state is burning, and the governor is crying to federal government to come and help. So what then is the duty and what then is the work of the state government? We had mentioned earlier, but I'm just going to chip in again, that religious leaders have a role to play. You find religious leaders being totally irresponsible and reckless with the comments that they make, knowing fully well the power that you wield as a religious leader, knowing fully well the hundreds of thousands, perhaps millions of people that listen to you and take your word as law. You need to be very careful. You need to be cautious of how you urge people on, because comments that you make in ways incite violence against perhaps other religions. And then you have this religion attacking this religion. Oh, they attacked us first. Oh, they attacked us first. So I think now is the time for our religious leaders to come together and preach peace and tolerance is very important. So once again, I would say conclusively that I think we need there's never been a time to call for peace and to call for tolerance and to call for unity as now, using our voices, using our platforms to advocate for peace. Because at the end of the day, like I said, is just turning and turning and turning, and Nigerians are just looking at who is the next person to fall victim.
জানে নাই যে তারা যেটা যাচাই করে নাই।
আমার নাম মাহি। আমার যখন 11 বছর বয়স ছিল নিজেও জানি না। তারপরে আমি বলছি যে আমি এখন বিয়ে করবো না, আমি পড়তে চাই। আমার মারে বললো
basi biashara tukwambia kuna mtu anakuja ndani kwa anataka kuoa huyu labda mzuri tu mdogo, mimi nikafanyaje nikamwambia pia alikushmika imermeza zake دو میداد باز همه به پدر مادر هیچی نمیگفتم به هیچ کسی چی نمیگفتم باز هم به اون رقم تیر میکردم.
In 2018, Voice of America posted videos on social media of girls and women describing their experiences as brides and young mothers. The videos sparked a global conversation, receiving tens of thousands of comments and arguments for and against child marriage. Spurred by the overwhelming response, VOA journalists and photographers spent a year chronicling child brides around the world, putting faces and voices to a practice the United Nations is trying to eliminate by 2030. They focused on the worth of a girl and her value to two families, the one she leaves behind and the one she joins. What they found was troubling. In much of the world, child marriage is common and acceptable, and the lives of girls aren't worth very much.
به مکتب میرفتم صنف 7 بودم 10 روز بمونده بود که امتحانا سالانه خوابم که برم صنف 8 من عروسی که بکردم دیگه نگذاشتم هرچی که من گفتم میرم به مکتب میرم امی خسول و خوشی ما همگی گفتن که اگه تو بری به مکتب ما.
At 13, Samaya was a dutiful daughter and sister in Afghanistan, helping her family make ends meet. Her father sold her to an abusive relative for $3,300.
این مرمی زدک دو میداد باز همه به پدر مادر هیچی نمیگفتم به هیچ کسی چی نمیگفتم باز هم به مو رقم تیر میکردم همین دفعه مشت و لغت و هردم مرمی زدم و دو میدادم فاش میگفتم مثلا اثری نمونه به جمله شلاقی چیزا نمیزدن که اثری بمونه.
Samaya represents child brides around the world, poor, powerless, barely educated, whose resistance to marriage is either ignored or overruled. Like most, she had no choice in the decisions made by the grown-ups in her life. She was a business deal.
کارا مارکی میکنم موتور بخریدیم و نمقدارمو هم که میگفتم میرم مکتب و شومه و خوشومه و همه مرمی زدن که تو نمایی که بریم مکتب نمیدیشتن.
Unë quhem Orkita Driza, jam martuar në moshën 13 vjeç e 7 muaj. Njëra nga motrat e mia që ishte, domethënë, ishte më lart pak më e madhe se te unë, vuante me një sëmundje të rëndë, domethënë nga veshkat, të dyja veshkat i kishte jashtë funksionit për jetën, dhe ishte në rrezik vërtet për jetën. Dhe mamaja ime vendosi që të bënte motrën në operacion, që të më martonte mua me dikë tjetër dhe të bënte motrën në operacion, sepse ky njeri që më mori mua për djalin e tij kishte, domethënë, kishte muhabet shumë me doktorët e Durrësit. Ky ishte një detyrim ndaj familjes, edhe unë e bëra për hir të si me motre për të shpëtuar jetën. Më vajti vajza Bleona 11 vjeçe, edhe merdi dikush ma kërkoj po nga komuniteti, po ishte egyptian. U detyrova, thash, për mua si ta ketë shkujtash Zoti jetën, thash, për paktën vete di që të flej rrugëve, për paktën vetëm fëmijën ta kem të strehuar, sepse nuk njihja ndonjë këtu që ta mund ta strehoja fëmijën. Po faktikisht jam ndjer shumë e penduar, por më bëri jeta, fatkeqësia e jetës.
Child marriage is not confined to girls in poor, developing countries or members of a certain religion or tribal custom. Even girls in the wealthiest countries, like the United States, are child brides.
I have 4 boys. I have a 7-year-old, an 8-year-old, a 5-year-old, and a 4-year-old.
Ashley got married under the mistaken belief that her 18-year-old boyfriend would be jailed for statutory rape of a minor in the state of Missouri. Ashley said 2 of her cousins, one a year younger than her, married soon after she did.
Good. I got married when I was 15. I just found out I was pregnant not long before I got married. My aunt got on the bus and she told me to get off the bus, that I was going to go get married that day. All I can remember is hearing all the kids gasp and was like, she's too young. We went to the courthouse and got our marriage license. And then we went to a preacher's house here in Steele, and he married us. I don't think either one of us realized how big of a commitment we were making then. No, that day I think I was happy, but I know there was definitely fear and doubt in my mind. I mean, I was happy that I was about to do what I thought was start a family, and I was excited more for the future than I think I was for the present.
عمر مې چې دی یو 20 کال کېږي چې عمر مې دی 6 میاشتې کېږي چې واده کړی مې دی. دلته راغلی مور مې ډېرې قرض وکړي په قرض کې خلک باوې وړي. ژړل مې ټول خلک ته مې مجبور ولو، نو سمو کال قرضاریان داسې مو ټینګ کړی و، بیا مو ټول ول چې قرضاریان دې ټینګ کړی دي، پیسې نه لرې ورکړه، ول پیسې نه لرې ورکړه، خپل لور ورکړه.
In much of the world where marriage is a transaction marked by cultural expectations and traditions, young brides like Samaya and Bobogai pay the biggest price for their innocence, independence, and freedom.
واده مې چې وکړ ژړل مې، اوس 2 میاشتې کېږي خپل د خپل د مېړه کور دلته راغلی یم. داسې راباندې کار ډېر کوي، کار مې هم نه دی لږ زده نه دی، دغه دپاره اوس دلته خپل مور سره راغلی، مور مې لږ کار راته ښیي. ژوند مې مخ ته هم دغسې و، تماس سبا ووتم ماپښین د عینونه 500 روپۍ 100 روپۍ 10 روپۍ کبان مې ټولول. دا چې واده مې وکړ په دغه ورځ مې واده ولا زه ولاړم کباړ ته ولاړم، کباړ مې ټولول، کاغذان مې ټولول، عینان مې ټولول، خرڅ مې کوي، نو ډوډۍ موډۍ راوړم، دا کوچنیان خوري چې خرڅ مې نه کوي، دغسې تږه ناسته دی. ته ستا لنډې مرض لا لرم، ساه مې چې ډېرې بندېږي، دغه یخ چې کېږي داسې ساه مې بندېږي، تمام ورځ په بستر یم، تمام الشكر خونكم وتمام بزداسي بتزرم داغ الصور وهي مواقسي
मैं नंढी उम्र में शादी थी तो मैंने छोकरी मैंने बाबे ये सोचा होसी तो मैं तो मैंने दिला पानी तक मैंने बाबे के तो वडी थी सी पे मैं बिलावन डो है ना वडे छोकरा बिलावन असारा नंढे वाला रवाज है ना नंढे उम्र पे शादी कर छोड़े लिया नंढी उम्र पे कर दी तलाम पीछे मेरे बाबे मैंने दी थी मैं और मैं जैसी तो पीछे मैं शादी कर छोड़े सा
Over and over, girls are forced to leave classrooms where they thrived and into marriages where most of them never wanted to be.
शादी का पेरी मना मैं स्कूल विंदी हम तो सुठो लगंदो हो मां जब मैं पढ़ा वो वाले शादी को मुझे शादी थी वही तो मैं जान पो भी मुझे शौक आए हो पर मैं शादी के पीछे भी मैं मना स्कूल मैं शौक आया मेरे पढ़ने दा मां जब मैं पढ़ा सारे छोकरे इवें करन न दिला पानी दे जने शादी कर छोड़ शादी के पेरे मां आजाद हो मना घर जो काम कर अपनी मर्जी ते करेंदी हम पीछे वाले मां पे वादे करेंदी हम ना तो ठे बैठी हुंदी हम मां दी बैठी हुंदी हम शादी के पीछे वाले सजी घर दी जिम्मेवारी आ गई ना सजी घर दी जिम्मेवारी आ गई सजी घर दा काम कर मना बालों को संभालना पीछे भी मैंने घर वाले मैंने पीछे रोक छोड़े ना घर दी सजी जिम्मेवारी आ गई अपनी दीदी शादी मना वडी थी सी पीछे करवाई सा
Growing up in poverty, the girls value an education.
Iya sih, takutnya gitu yang ditakutkan. Dulunya sih sempat nangis gitu, mau udah saya tuh pengen sekolah aja dulu. Tapi kata maknya udah nggak ada biaya, jadi nggak bisa lanjut gitu. Kata orang tua udah gini aja, udah nikah aja. Baru umur anak dibikin cepet aja, anak umur 2 tahun saya udah ditinggal. Ya mungkin karena enggak terurus mungkin. Ya kayak sayanya kan belum bisa ngurus suami sama anak mungkin kurang diurus gitu, makannya, tidurnya gitu. Kalau saya kan pengennya bermain terus sama teman-teman.
To kamar da kika sani dai ban fara al'ada a lokacin ba, amma kuma sai ina gidan mijin na fara. To kuma dai da na zo haihuwa dai kin san yanayin da yara karancin shekaru baka yi girman ma da zaka san menene matsalolin ciki ba, amma wurin haihuwa dai an sha wahala.
Khadija, a member of the Fulani tribe, comes from a family of clerics. At 13, she was 2 years younger than the age limit that girls in her family are married off.
Amma ba a yin sama da haka. To maganar kuma da kika yi min na cewa akai haɗi ne, to zan iya cewa haɗi ne tunda a lokacin ba zan iya tantancewa me ya so me ya kiyayya ba, kuma ban san ma ya so yake ba.
Throughout the world, young girls realize almost immediately the harsh realities of an early marriage.
Ai vërtet ishte I verbër, po ishte alkoolist, nuk rinte në shtëpi. Isha 13 vjeç e 7 muaj, ishte 24 vjeç në atë kohë. Martesa zgjati 15 vite, mbasi unë bëra 4 fëmijë me këtë që kisha. Dhe pastaj durova, I thash, u detyrova që ikë sepse nuk mund të rinja dot më.
আরে যখন স্কুলে যখন পড়তেছিলাম আজকে আমি প্রতিদিন পড়তে থাকতাম, আজকে মানুষ এত লাঞ্ছনা এত কথা এত কিছু শোনা লাগতো না, ভালোটা চাকরি বাকরি করতে পারতাম, ভালোটা কাজ কাম করতে পারতাম, কিন্তু অথচ এখন মূর্খ দেখা এখন পড়াতে দূরের কথা, এখন আজ পর্যন্ত আমার স্বামী আমার লাথি মেরে ফেলাইতে হয়ে গেল গা। আর যেটি পড়ালেখা থাকতো তো স্বামী যেতে পারতো না এরকম আমাকে ফেলাইতে। আজকে যদি লেখাপড়া করতাম, 5টা জানতাম, বুঝতাম, শুনতাম, তাহলে আজকে আমার এই দিনটা দেখা হইতো না। একমাত্র বাবা মার ভুলের কারণে আর বিয়েটা হয়ে যাওয়ার কারণে আজকে আমি এই রাস্তায়, আজকে আমি এই পথে।
خودنا کامه بی سواتا ایرام گفتم طور نمیگذاره مکتب اگه تو بری کارام که میکنه بعد از عروسی هم می شوهر مخورد بدور مادر پیش میکرد پیار پیش میکرد مکتب خو همه می دوران طفولیت خورد هست من مكتب خوشتم.
Is about more than just sitting here and talking about women's issues. It's about listening to them
and bringing their opinions to the table and making sure their voices are heard.
Because our lived experiences, our stories, and our voices will help shape the next generation.
Health, wellness, sport, beauty, medical breakthroughs. Healthy Living cares about your well-being. Every week, connect with our experts. You can ask them your questions and get their advice. Join me, Lina Hmudu, in Washington on Healthy Living, your new health program, right here on Voice of America.
In a village in Tanzania, faced with the prospect of being married off to a stranger, 14-year-old Mwana Hamisi took control of her own destiny. She said no.
Siku hiyo ikatokea shughuli. Nikaenda pale katika shughuli za tuseme za shule za graduation, nikaenda tukafanya sherehe, nikasikia kama mtu na umri mdogo anataka kuolewa. Fika kituoni, akataja zile namba za simu, nikachukua zile namba nikaziandika, nikaondoka zangu nyumbani. Nilia, mama akasemaje, nenda, nikaondoka zangu. Niliondoka zangu hivyo fika siku ya pili ile, yule bibi akanipa ile simu ili niwasiliane na yule bwana. Alivyonipa ile simu, mimi nikaichukua ile simu, nikaziandika zile namba, nikaanza kuwasiliana na polisi. Nikawasiliana nao, akaniambia inabidi ulipate hilo jina la baba na hizo tarehe. Kufika siku ya pili nikamuuliza mama, mimi naolewa tarehe ngapi? Akaniambia tarehe kuhusu ananioa nani? Akaniambia hivi vinavyo kuhusu wewe hapo kaa. Akaja mwenyekiti wa mtaa. Ulipofika usiku akaja mwenyekiti wa mtaa, akasema wewe ndo Damwana? Nikamwambia ndio. Akaniambiaje, sisi tumepata taarifa kutoka kituoni kama wewe unataka kuolewa. Kweli wewe? Nikamwambia kweli. Kwa mwenyewe mimi sitaki kuolewa. Basi mwenyekiti tena akatumwa aende kule eneo la tukio, akaambia hii ndoa isitishe.
She now lives in a shelter with other vulnerable girls and dreams of a career in fashion. Despite a worldwide acceptance of child marriage, the young brides realize their own self-worth. Girls marry for a number of reasons. But what about old-fashioned love? As the saying goes, it's complicated. Estrella was in the 6th grade when she fell in love. She married her boyfriend over their parents' objections. In Mexico, roughly 1 in 4 girls is married or in a live-in relationship by age 18.
Me llamo Estrella Belén Estrada Rodríguez, tengo 13 años, iba de segundo grado de la secundaria, sino que lo pensaba por mi escuela, pues, pero como lo quiero mucho, sí quería estar con él. Cambió pues porque estudiaba y llegando pues ya estaba todo listo. Ya ahorita pues tengo que atender a mi esposo. Me levanto temprano a darle pues su café para las 5:40, 6. Ya después empiezo a limpiar la casa, lavo los trastes, lavo su ropa, todo, ¿no? Y ya le ayudo a mi suegra a hacer pues el desayuno para que aprenda yo a cocinar, pues, más que nada, porque como no muy sé, pues, ya mi suegra me enseña. Pero ya me estoy acostumbrando.
Okay, I live in Dyersburg, Tennessee. I work all the time, take care of my baby and the husband. That's about it.
At 16, Katie married a man twice her age. Her mother signed the marriage license.
I got pregnant underage, and that was kind of what had us go ahead and get married so I wouldn't send him to jail. A lot of people look down on him for it and stuff, you know, but like I told him, I don't care what anybody thinks. I love him, you know, it is what it is. I mean, we're like any other marriage couple. We've had our problems. I mean, we split up, I went and stayed with them for a little bit, but we just know we want to live with each other, we want to be with each other, you know what I mean? So we work through our problems. I couldn't live without him.
Sultan in Turkey can relate to that. Now nearing 60, hers was an arranged marriage. She has 2 sons and no regrets.
Güzel bir şeydi, bilmiyorum. Ben de çocuktum. Beraber büyüdük oğlumla. Ama eşimi hiç tanımamıştım, bilmiyordum. Zamanla biz birbirimizi tanıdık. Şimdi çok mutluyum, çok şükür. Yani iki tane aslan gibi oğlum var. Güzel bir yerdedirler. Eşimle beraber yaşıyorum.
که اونجا در خانه بودی 1 سال ادعا می‌کنی و در خانه بودم برخورد اینا با تو چطور؟
نه عکس‌ها خارجی‌ها ببینم گناه نداره.
هیچی گناه نداره.
8 months after her first interview, Samaya is transformed. She is divorced and living at home, away from the beatings and violence of her in-laws. Her father was sentenced to 2 years in jail for forcing her into marriage. She's happy and healing and wants to learn to read the Quran.
اونا دارن زندگی خور میکنم، من زندگی عادی خور شروع کردم، خیاطی میکنم، من مادر یک براری دارم، برار من فعلا به شرکت مایه بره کار میکنه، دیگه کسی نیاز ما که مثلا نوار خونه ما فقط مانه، اول خدا بعد از ما برار مینه کلا نمینه، پدر ما کارم نمیکرد. بله فعلا بیتر شده، حالا که پیام نیم خب کل بیتر شده، به خاطر از اینکه پیام که بود جنگ دعوا میکرد و چه میکرد، اون پولی که ما خیاطی کردی از ما میسون، به این واسه از اون لحاظ خیلی خوب. خونه دیگه ما خیاطی مانه که مثلا اپرانه که بیارم برای ما خیلی میارم، بیشتر خیاطی و پیش مانه.
Na nikaendelea kusoma ile shule tuseme. Ndoto zangu nataka niwe mwana design mzuri.
Ya alasan saya mengajukan ke MK, jangan sampai adanya pernikahan anak lagi. Udah cukup saya aja yang jadi korban. Kalau dinikahin masih anak, masih kecil tuh, aduh nggak enak rasanya. Iya, memperjuangkan anak gitu. Udah jangan sampai kayak saya gitu. Harus diperjuangkan anak.
What about your microphone, Mama?
It just stays there.
Why?
It just does.
Nie minuty, ja to podzielu.
Unë e martova se mbeta në rrugë, ku mund ta çoja unë vajzën time. Pra ma tisha në një shtëpi me vajzën, kisha një shtëpi personale siç jam këtu për shkak. Me vajzën time, normalisht unë do ta arsimoja fëmijën. S'kishte nevojë vajza im për burr 11 vjeçë, 12 vjeçë, 13 vjeçë. Ta arsimohesh të shkonte në një punë, të punonte për veten e saj në një kurs. për veten e saj, jo për mua, për veten. Unë do punoja vetë edhe për fëmijën që fëmija im të ishte dikushi.
Girls like Samaya are the exception rather than the rule. Around the globe, they remain at risk. For every girl like Mwana Hamisi who escaped an unwanted marriage, millions more are trapped in abusive, unhappy unions. For every Katie and Sultan who found love, comfort and stability, millions more are like Khadija and Orkida who don't know what love is.
Unë I bëj një mesazh të gjithë këtyre nënave, vërtet ne vetë jena martuar në një moshë të vogël, por të paktën fëmijëve tanë të japin një arsimim të mirë dhe fëmia mund të martohet në një moshë e pakta 20 vjeç, e pakta.
তাই আমি সবার কাছে বলবো একটা কথাই কমু যে আমার মতো আমরা চাই না যে কোনো মেয়ের বাবা মা কোনো মেয়েকে অল্প বয়সে বিয়ে দিয়ে কোনো মেয়ের পড়ালেখা নষ্ট করুক বা কোনো মেয়ের জীবনটা নষ্ট করুক।
I do regret, not finishing school, growing up way too fast. That's just stuff you shouldn't do when you're a kid, honestly. I see that all now. I didn't see it then, though, and you can't change it.
Ending marriage before 18 is one of the United Nations 17 Sustainable Development Goals. It asks that governments, civil society organizations, religious and community leaders and families work together to re-evaluate the worth of their girls. It's a community effort, it's a country effort, it's a global effort.
So if somebody would have had a similar story to mine and would have told me, I wish that would have happened for me. I wish I had somebody to tell me that I was making the wrong choice.
It's scary, isn't it? Putting yourself out there, ignoring the voices telling you you can't. Will you step aside, or will you go for it? After all, what's the worst that could happen? So, keep trying. Don't stop. Believe in yourself and go for it. Aladana, available in many variants to nourish you every step of the way.
Hello, welcome to Timeless Conversations. Today my guest is someone for whom I have a great deal of respect. Indeed, he's my trainer, my teacher. If someone has been your teacher once, you can't say he's my former teacher. So he's my teacher. He is an award-winning broadcaster, an icon in our industry, a very committed Nigerian. Please welcome Sonny Irabor.
I've been here over 50 years. Believe it or not, I've seen Lagos change in different directions. Of trying to show how totally, inconsiderate you can be, how unacceptable your actions can be, and how, you can actually get out of line, inflict injuries or wounds on innocent people, and just make people be afraid of you for the fun of it. Bully. So I'm doing a monologue. My guest is right here looking at me and wondering what's going on with Sonny. Thank you very much. And welcome too. It's like you're doing my job for me.
Yes, I'm doing your job for you now. Now, so you teach us. I recall that in 1982, I was one of the first people in your class. The very first class you had to take.
40 years ago.
40 years ago.
Oh, wow.
Yes, I recall then that you would leave us in the class to quickly go take the network news, and of course by the time you came back the class was upside down, and then you tried to restore order. Let me ask you, why broadcasting?
I've said this times without number. There was Edele Olowu, a great friend, was my senior in school, and that was in 1968. I heard his voice on Midwest Radio. The voice didn't change. It was just the same light, personable voice. And I said to myself, that must be Dele Olowu. That must be Dele Olowu. I said, okay, when I grow up, I'll be like him. But guess what? He came back to school that same day. I said, did I hear your voice on radio? Those days of rediffusion.
Rediffusion, yes.
And he said, did you listen? I said, yeah. I said, really? How did I sound? I said, great, But it never left my mind. I made up my mind, one way or the other, I will have to be a broadcaster. So to me, he was the influence.
That was your influence. But your trajectory started from the prison service.
Yeah.
Now called correctional service.
Is that what they call it now?
Yes, it's called the correctional service.
Hallelujah.
Now. Yes.
Well, would that correct them? But anyway, let's go back to, the idea of being in prisons was accidental.
Okay.
Or correctional center.
No, it was prison service.
Yes, at the time. And so I was living with my sister.
Yeah.
She was the officer in the Nigerian prisons. So she said, look, while you're waiting to go back to school, this was in 1971, come and work with us. I said, okay. So I joined, and I started enjoying myself. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, oh boy, time don't work out. So anyway, along the line, a friend came, Jones Hussein.
Jones Hussein, yes.
Then another friend, Iria Inakimio.
Good.
And another friend, Patrick Oke.
Yes.
And they were all from Radio Nigeria. There was a place called the Sharp Corner.
Yes.
And
that's an Ikoyi Obalinde.
Yeah, no, on the Alagbon Close.
Alagbon Close, okay.
Yeah. And they would just come there. They would eat. Some of them would drink. I never knew how to drink anyway. So I was like, oh, I wish I could just be like these guys. Then one day, Patrick and Jones said, you have the kind of voice that I think should make a good broadcaster. I said, really? Okay. So come, let's go. So we went to Radio Nigeria.
You had an audition?
No. Patrick Oke with Buma Kaliwo. gave me a script to read. And I read, today, I would say, the email you are getting now. We read letters that took 2 weeks to arrive at the studio.
Exactly.
Maybe another 2 weeks to respond to.
Yes.
You know. And so it was called NBC Mailbag. Patrick was the narrator. I was the voice.
Ooh.
And sometimes Boma, who was the producer, if there was no other voice, she would join when there were too many letters. So the feedback mechanism we had was through that process. Where people reacted to what programs they heard, no matter how long it took.
Yes.
But they reacted. And there was always a feedback.
Yes.
Yeah. So that gave me a leeway, and that was in 74. But in 76, I was sent to apply for a job.
Okay, now.
At Radio Nigeria.
Whoa.
Meanwhile, I was still with Alagbon Close.
Alagbon Close, yes. And so that's how your radio broadcast life started.
And I went for training in 1977.
That thing about training, in those days, people didn't go on the air as full-fledged broadcasters without training.
Yeah.
But these days, what do we have?
Well, talk about speed and time, you know, because in those days, people looked at perfection, and you have to be ready for the job psychologically and physiologically.
Yes.
And then also, you have to be prepared to be trained, and you have to show that you were trained for the job and ready to operate as a professional.
Sure.
So, as luck will have it, I was trained. After 3 months, I became a junior presentation assistant. Can you imagine? Junior presentation assistant.
Yes.
And then they said you could not go on air. Me, I was ready to go, but they said you could not go on air.
You'll be looking at the microphone like
I'll just be looking at. And then they now paired me with the likes of Jones Hussein.
Yes. Your
what
friend.
Now the Citizens Jones of
Max
Radio.
Max Radio, yes.
And I brought him down because of what he did to me.
Yes.
The first baptism of fire I had was when Jones started to read news at midnight. And then 1 minute into it, he said, "Sonny, finish the news." He had cut off the mic. "Sonny, finish the news. I'm not feeling good. You just have to finish the news." Me? How? I'm not allowed to finish the news. I can't. You're wasting more time.
And this is midnight.
Midnight. So grab. Where did you stop? There. So my voice was so tiny.
Yes, then.
I wasn't sure whether I was hearing myself. I was really scared. And I said, okay.
That was fear.
And I read it.
Yeah.
I read. The sound of my voice was like, probably if Butterfly has a voice.
Yeah, that would have been like it.
You know, and I finished it, and he said, "Sign off." That was good. Sign it off. Sign it off. And I signed it off. I never forgave him.
You didn't?
Till today, I don't go forget Jones Hussein, and I'll go forgive him.
But
because I felt like going to the toilet.
Whoa.
I could not go to the toilet. I had to finish the news. And it wasn't funny for me.
Yes.
I don't know if you, okay, imagine yourself driving a car and there's traffic.
Yeah.
On, say, the marina. And marina is an open space.
Yes.
And you feel like, you know, going to the light one in the to the toilet.
Yeah.
And then what do you get?
You can't.
You cannot leave the car because it's moving, it's crawling.
Yes.
You cannot go anywhere else to do whatever.
You have to do what they say, what they call whole body.
I was holding body. It was tough.
But then you rose to become one of the main voices on the Radio Nigeria Network News.
Glory to God for that.
For many years.
It was a baptism of fire.
But what was that experience like? The experience of being that voice that people looked forward to hearing.
I didn't know I was.
On the news.
I didn't know I was until they told me. Like you're saying it now.
Yes.
Well, there were times I felt, excuse me, that, okay, am I really the kind of person that would be that voice? I never saw myself as one. Because there were, can you beat Patrick O'Kaye's voice?
No, you couldn't.
So,
Yeah.
or even your voice.
Yeah, well.
You know, so I think it was just a stroke of luck for me.
Well, what about the commitment that was required?
All right. Now that you said that,
Yes.
yes.
What
I
about
was
the
very
commitment?
committed.
Yes.
I was, and I was also particularly, I saw myself as somebody who had an assignment, and no matter what, I had to do it right. Because I was always told, put your best foot forward. Make the best of what you get, and try and live by it.
Yeah.
And then the rest is history.
The rest is history. Well, historically, you will recall that governments used to change in the Radio Nigeria studio. I, Major General, or I, Colonel so and so.
Joseph Navem Garba.
Exactly. Right.
Sani
Did any of those
Abacha.
coups catch you in the studio?
7.
7 caught you there.
Not in the studio.
Yeah.
But enough for them to come and pick me
They'll
at
pick
home.
you. Oh, yeah, yeah.
I think
Naturally.
it was Rosalind Ogunro that was really
caught.
trapped.
Yes.
You know, and she spent 27 hours.
Yeah.
And that was the Dimka coup that killed Muritala Mohammed.
The
assassinated.
The Abacha coup, right, caught me on the radio in Radio Lagos.
Ew.
Oh, yes.
Really?
Yes. 24 hours, you didn't go anywhere.
Yes.
Right.
And in my own case, they came for me. They said, come and relieve whoever was on duty. And I'll be there for, in fact, there was once I was there from 2 p.m. till the following morning,
Yes.
10 or 11 a.m.
No, but let's discuss the psychology of that. What was that like?
It was traumatic.
Yeah.
I had never felt any joy in seeing any man in uniform, a soldier. I say this not because I don't like them, not because they do not represent the importance of protecting the integrity of, was it the territorial integrity of the country,
nation,
of the
yes.
sovereign, but because over time I just saw them abusing the privilege of holding the gun, owning power, and then you just take it as, seize it as you like. That was what I saw. And I wasn't too happy. But then I interacted with them.
Yes.
I did. I had no choice.
Yeah, especially you, a popular newscaster. I said, go call that man. Where's Sonny? As though they knew you.
You know, okay, the one that brought in President Ibrahim Babangida.
Yes.
Myself and Tom Bra Abarowe. And I think, who was it again? Tulufa Toimbo, or thereabout. They asked us to go to NTA to record his voice.
Yes.
And come back to Radio Nigeria to play it back.
Yes.
Okay. So, Tombra was the studio manager. I was the announcer on duty. And Tulu, I think, was senior to us.
Yes.
I'm not sure the role he played, but anyway, we went. We got there. And the thing is, Babangida, he has a beautiful voice. You know, he made that announcement. The first announcement was very fast. And I called Tomra and said, boy, I wouldn't take this for a broadcaster. It's too fast. In fairness to Babangida, he asked, is this okay? I said, no, sir. Then everybody looked at me.
Who are you? But you were being professional.
But in fairness, the man offered to take it again. He never even met me. He didn't even see who said that. He just said, look, if they don't like it, let me try. You know, he took it a second time. And it was better.
Yes.
Yeah, made some impact there.
Exactly. But then it was with all of that apparatus of power there, all those guns and stern-looking faces and all that.
I don't know what gave me the strength of character, the boldness to say, no, sir. But I did. And he listened.
And he retook it.
He retook it.
It was a better broadcast.
It was better.
Yeah.
And that also gladdened my heart.
Good. That you could speak up where you had to.
Exactly. Yeah.
Many people on the radio today they use words that were taboo for us to use.
NTPB.
Yes. You are a trainer. What can be done?
You said you are a trainer. What can be done? As if I'm the cause of the problem.
Oh, no.
Let them send them to training school, first and foremost.
Yes.
If they send them to school, they will have a chance to see things the way they are done. They will be scrutinized. And they will be given a chance to say, did I do it right or wrong?
Not. Yeah.
But now, get out of school, if at all you went to school, then you take him to the studio, say your voice sounds good. What about his mental capacity?
Yeah.
What is about his psychological state of mind that can tell him, listen, you're talking to people who are more knowledgeable than yourself.
You. Yeah, yeah, true.
So,
true.
Involve them. Talk to the beggar on the street and the professor in the classroom, and in between, the leaders everywhere, because you're talking to someone, one person. But that person has a brain.
Yes.
And he can process things.
And he might even be smarter than you. So
in
why
fact,
talk
he's
to him
most
as though
likely
he were
to
not?
be smarter
Exactly. Exactly. Now, you've had a checkered career in broadcasting. In fact, let me say in media practice. Part of that was a 13-month stint as commissioner in your home state, Edo. What was that experience like?
Well, it was an interesting experience. It's just that I didn't see myself capable of playing politics and being a professional at the same time. I couldn't. And good thing, the governor then, Lucky Benedion, he's a man, I should say, he listens, you know, and I think he just found that, because he came on Sonny Rabo Live, by the way, and from there he made up his mind I was going to be in his cabinet.
Yeah.
You know, and I felt honored by it. But after 13 months, it became a bit tough. The day I left was the day Mrs. Stella Basunjo actually came to launch Radio Nigeria Benin, you know. And before that, I had done a bit of short trip because things were not just going the way I had expected.
But was there any particular thing you wanted to say it was like, or compare it to?
In the 13 months?
Yes.
Yeah, a lot of good things should have happened, but they didn't. You know, and I saw a governor who was being untwisted to do a lot of things for the politicians rather than for the people.
Okay.
And there's no way anybody can rule like that.
But isn't politics meant to be for to the people's benefit?
Okay, you said it.
Yes.
But do you feel it? Let the people tell you that they are actually getting or gaining the so-called benefits of democracy in the people. I don't see that happening, and I don't think people are really enjoying that. Otherwise, we will not be where we are today. We are going down rather than going up.
That's
and
true.
This going down started a long time ago.
But can you divorce the person from their politics?
Why shouldn't he divorce himself from the politics? Who elected you there? Is it not the people?
Yes.
Okay. So if the people put you there, what should you do? What should your priority be? Meet the people's needs.
Yeah, and expectations.
Not meet the politicians' needs. That's what's happening today.
Yeah.
And that's very sad, really.
It is sad. It is sad. And even these days, you hear people say the young or younger generation is not ready to take power.
That's a very untrue statement. And that's from a very selfish point of view.
Why do you say that?
Because adults are overstaying their role and time in power. Look, Trudeau of Canada, how old is he?
Yeah, well, he was a baby when Gowan visited.
Thank you. 1971 or
yes,
thereabouts.
72 or 73.
Yeah.
Because I think he's about 48 now or so.
So you can imagine how many years he's put in now.
Yes.
So how old was he when Bill Clinton, how old was he? 43 when he came to power.
Yes.
Emmanuel Macron
Yes.
was 39 when he came to power.
Exactly.
The Prime Minister of Austria, Austria, was 31.
Yes.
So what's happening to African leaders? Become geriatric before you can be anything? No. You see, what I'm trying to say is this. I'm not perfect. But I believe, honestly,
Yes.
that the people deserve a true leader, a committed leader, one who can say, I have something to offer you.
Yes.
Because of the needs that I see before us. Give me a chance and I'll give it to you.
All right.
Now, if that happens and you actually perform, then you're being creditable.
Okay.
And creditworthy.
We're still on Timeless Conversations. My guest is Sonny Irabor. We'll take a short break now. We'll be back shortly. You're welcome back. It's still Timeless Conversations. My guest is Sonny Irabor. We're talking about the role of the youth and the older generation in politics. And you've expressed this salient fact that the older generation is overstaying its role or its position in power.
Both.
Both?
Yeah. Because look, at this stage, there should be elder statesmen advising the young ones. But if you're not giving the young ones a chance to rule, to give them the benefit of the doubt, let them experience life at that level.
Yes.
You might see that they have a lot to offer.
But APC brought out its presidential form, a nomination form, at 100 million naira. How many young people would be able to afford that? And then they said they reduced it to 50 million, even 20 million. How many of them have it?
That is part of the four power we are talking about.
Yeah.
Because you're now making people to go towards facing the wrong direction. I have no money to offer, but I have leadership, which I'm endowed with. And the 100 million is now standing between me and truism.
Even 50 million?
Even 50 million. It's not proper.
How many people have 50 million? In fact, how many people have 1 million?
How many states have that money today?
Yes.
States.
States.
Yeah. Do you know how many of them are begging?
Yes.
Is the country not begging and borrowing now?
That's true. That's very true.
So I think, you see, maybe we should not misplace our priorities. I think that's where the problem lies.
Yeah, but you know, it's about practice. It's about saying something and doing the same thing, or saying something and doing another thing.
Yeah.
Why must politics be one where people say one thing
and then they do another?
Yeah, why?
There used to be one Olu Obaseki.
Yes.
Many years ago, he said, "Do as I say, not as I do."
Not as I do.
And
yes.
the children know, no.
Yes.
You do it, we must follow you.
Exactly.
You know, excuse me. Now, that question is salient. But do we have conscience? If we have conscience, we should be able to understand that the reason there is politics is because of the people.
Yeah.
You see, government of the people, for the people, and by the people. Is that what it is?
Yes.
Democracy.
That's what it's supposed to be.
So why should it be otherwise? Why should the National Assembly earn far more than their counterparts elsewhere in the world?
Yes.
It came as an aside, but it's the truth.
It is the truth.
Why, for example, should we now see a situation where there's no money to do certain things? We say, okay, don't worry, we'll go and borrow money to do it. When the money is brought, you divide the money into different bits and take it for other things instead of what it was meant for.
Yes.
Why should anybody that borrowed me money come and tell me how I should spend the money?
Yeah.
It's because they don't believe I will spend it the way I said I was going to. Should Nigeria be like that? No.
But then, what's the role of integrity in power?
What's the meaning of integrity?
Yeah.
Integrity is not supposed to be, let me even put it bluntly, somebody who is able to respect the rule of law and respect his own level of commitment to truth.
Yes.
And believe that he's not above the law. Then integrity can come in effortlessly.
Yeah.
That is not happening. Because if that were happening, then what we are going through now, we shouldn't be going through it. I'm not casting aspersion, because this started a long time ago and is continuing as it is, and we don't know when it's going to end.
But you know, the younger generation, they say things like, Daddy, Uncle, your generation has failed us.
Yes, they are right.
And those uncles will now say, but is your generation ready?
Why would I take advantage of the loophole that I see there? Did they give them a chance? NSAS came. What happened? There's a report on NSAS.
Yeah.
And it told the truth the best it could. International media came. They saw everything.
Yeah.
Now, when it came to a climax where people were killed, now we started looking for truth. Why should that happen? The children or the youths had a chance, and they proved to us that they could do things well.
They could organize.
Organize. And you are telling me they are not ready?
Yeah.
Bros, I beg, get as it be.
Nobody say it be as it gets.
At all.
It get as it be. Now, truthfully, the younger generation has a great deal working for them.
Yeah.
Technology, information dissemination.
That we wrestle with them over. We always wrestle it with them.
Yeah. Yes, because again, older people don't want to relinquish power.
But do we even know how to use the computer that is in front of us?
Yeah,
we don't want to relinquish power.
Yeah, I think
we don't know what information is in that computer that is in front of us that we don't know how to use.
That we don't know how to use. So, but really, shouldn't there be a deliberate attempt to nurture, mentor people who will take over in different strata of life? Start
by respecting the rule of law. Let the constitutions, the 79, the 99, let them play their roles. Let us see how far we can manage it. Let's stop amending constitutions when we don't even know the meaning of the constitutions. Our lawyers should honestly help us. They should not take advantage of the situation. They should help us interpret the laws. And then the law enforcement should do the best they can to make sure that things are done properly, creditably, and effectively.
But this thing you're saying, it sounds so utopian.
Well,
why am I saying so? Sometimes in traffic, you find vehicles driving against traffic, and they're blaring sirens, and they're not ambulances or fire brigade vehicles.
Do we respect ambulances?
Well, some of us
Have you ever seen an ambulance being respected on your highway, Lagos Highway?
I think it's beginning to pick up. I've seen
beginning to. You are a retiree now,
Yes, I am. Yes.
Beginning to pick up.
It's beginning to pick up.
When did it start?
That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Right. And then there's a fresh breath of air. You see an RRS vehicle filled with policemen stop for the traffic light.
Then that's leadership.
I saw
by
that.
example.
I was happy.
That's good.
I chased them. I said, thank you for stopping for the traffic light.
Because when they stopped, everybody stopped.
Everybody stopped.
That's the point I'm making. Respect the rule of law.
Yeah. You see, we will take a break now. We'll take a break now. We'll come back soon. Thank you. Welcome back to our talk with Sonny Irabor. Now, you have had the unique opportunity of being a public and private sector broadcaster. What's that experience? Can you compare both?
Well, it's interesting to talk about. It's rather intriguing because for the public, which is the government-owned, they see us as civil servants, but we see ourselves as private servants or private sector people. And the reason for that is because we still try to maintain some form of professionalism, which is required. So I entered broadcasting at a time when the competition was not that strong. But in 1992, which was halfway through, Babangida opened up the floodgates. So private radio stations, private TV stations, they all came up. But don't forget, there was always private print.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's always been there.
Yes. In fact, that's why they've been seen as bolder than the rest of us.
Yeah.
Now, when you look at it from that point of view, you also see that the private sector radio, which I really got fully involved in with the advent of the establishment of Inspiration
FM, yes.
You know, and of course there was Sonny Rabo Live with AIT.
Yes.
I saw myself listening to both sides of the coin. I saw a bit of public service, and I saw a lot of private sector service, if there's any phrase like that. But what happened was that, hey, private sector, sometimes the private sector, they will do their best to make sure that salaries are paid as and when due. That was, with Inspiration, that has always been the case. And I enjoyed that. I think AIT, I wasn't part of it. I was just an artist that took Sonny Rabo Live there. So my program earned its money.
Yes.
You know, it was sponsored by others, and then I paid my dues, and so that partnership was there. But I think the best option would be to look at it from the Inspiration point of view, where I'm still serving on the board.
On the board, yeah.
Yeah, there's been a lot of challenge, but met with reality, met with meeting the expectations as required.
Okay.
But not without sweat.
Yes.
Not without sweat at all.
Okay.
The public sector, however, is you're waiting for government to do everything for you. That's not very helpful.
Okay.
You know. So it compromised quality, professionalism.
Yeah.
But at a stage, it's also started trying some people
to pick up.
Yes.
No, but yeah, let me take you back. Was this Sonny Rabo Live that made you leave Radio Nigeria?
It wasn't. I just saw my hands getting fuller and fuller and fuller. At Radio Nigeria, I was already dabbling in too many things. I mean, I was an actor, second chance.
Yes.
You know, and then I've been training. Training was part of public service for me. And I was reading news. I was doing so many things side by side.
Yeah.
Everything was just moving so fast. And I said, Oba, Sonny, slow down. Do things your way so you can still maximize certain qualities and profits. It was tough.
And then you had to leave.
I just told my DG then that I needed to leave. I gave 6 months notice, and he gave me 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
I said, bros, thank you, sir. And I left. So I moved from, public service to private sector because I already had Rui Communications Limited.
Oh, okay, and then that was already running.
Yes.
That was being run by your wife?
By my wife.
Okay.
And of course, thank God, because when she now woke up, the magazine came to birth, you know.
No, now, talking about waking up, you turned 70 recently. And that was in March.
Yes, March 23.
March 23, you turned 70. First, you don't look 70.
Thank you.
Second, you've never looked your age. No, you have never looked your age.
Okay.
At least I've known you for not less than 40 years.
Thank you.
I feel talk.
Okay.
So, what's been the secret?
Be a happy person. There are moments where you cannot afford to be not happy.
Yeah.
But just try your best. Yeah, everybody said I was a happy-go-lucky person, and but I think I worried less. There's a friend of mine, very rich man, but he didn't go to the kind of school we all went to, and not many of us went to school anyway. But there was something he always said, and that made me never forget him. If you worry, you die. You don't worry, you die. So why worry?
Exactly.
So I kept that mantra with me, and I did my best not to worry. But there were moments of worry, and there was nothing you could do. You just had to worry. But let go. Let God.
Yes. On the occasion of your 70th birthday, our dear colleague and friend of yours, a junior of yours in school, Ogie
Eboigbe.
Eboigbe. Yeah, he wrote something about you. That the first day he met you, that you were playing table tennis at the college, and he had just been admitted, and he was looking, he said, okay, you stand behind me and be picking the balls.
Oh God, that's unfair. Okay. When I see him, I will go.
Yeah, but he didn't lie now. He was describing his
I
experience.
remember the experience.
Right.
Oh my God.
Yeah, they don't do that in school these days. Or they will call it bullying. Or,
oh, boy.
But they still bully though.
Oh, wait, I didn't bully. But people bullied me now. Yeah, well, that was an experience because, again, there was also a hierarchy of experience. Nami first reached you.
Yes.
Nami first reached school before you.
Before, yes.
And go behind me, pick the ball.
Pick the ball. You were even in Form 3. He was just in Form 1. So you had 3 years experience already. He was about to start. That's what he wrote.
Yeah.
And it was a very beautiful thing. He happened to even end up being your best man when you were getting married. Yes.
See how the world goes around.
Yes.
Because Ogie is very principled.
Yeah, he is.
He's, I say, and he's very spiritual. You know.
Yes.
So he's that kind of person. Look, you won't believe what Ogie has done. Ogie was State House correspondent.
Yes.
Then he finished and went to work for Canadian Embassy. He was their PR officer. Then he went to work for UBA as PR officer. Now, if you look at his
trajectory,
you say to yourself, maybe Ogie be this. But he maintained a cool mien about it.
Yes.
If you worry,
you die.
You don't worry,
you die.
So
why worry? Yeah, we won't worry, but we'll talk about something.
Yeah.
A few years ago, about 2 years ago, you had a fall.
Yeah. 2020, 2020. Oh my God, clues. That year, pandemic year.
Yes.
I think the world stood still. In my case, my world almost stood still. On August 25, 26, maybe, I'm not so sure. I ran through the kitchen, which was being cleaned up, washed, you know, they mop it.
Yeah.
So it was wet. Just to give the driver the car key. I was feeling spriteful. I just, I slipped. And then I started doing Tom and Jerry, just trying not to fall.
Oh, no.
I navigated my way through the back door. I zoomed. I hit the sharp edge of the steps. My chest at the back. And it was bang. I saw, well, I don't know if you can look at elephants as stars. That's what I must have seen. So I recovered and just got up and sat there. Poor drivers, they were just looking at, sorry, sir. They made poor girl almost crying because she felt she caused it. And I got up and I just went back in as if nothing happened. A few days later, I was not feeling my best. And Betty, my wife, said, why is your shoulder slumped? It's like your one side was, you know. And I said, I don't feel it, but somehow I just feel one kind of shit. I said, I know, call the doctor, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, I felt good. I thought I felt good. Then I said, I'll call the doctor later. And I didn't. Anyway, what then happened was that all of a sudden, I started feeling uneasiness and kind of heat wave around my system.
Wow.
So I now called the doctor. Doctor said, what's wrong with you? I said, I don't know how I'm feeling. But I had a fall. And when? I said, some days ago. Did you hit your head? I said, well, no, I didn't. Are you sure? I said, no, I didn't. Okay, come to my house. So we drove to his house. My son drove. My daughter I was at the back. No, I was in front. The two women were at the back, my wife and my daughter. So we got there. And his wife was having, this Dr. Sheyi Roberts.
Okay.
His wife was having her 60th birthday.
Yeah.
And so they didn't have any major, because pandemic, there was really no noise making of any kind. Anyway, so they came out and looked at me, examined me and said, if you feel like this, by morning, go and check go and do MRI. But he shake my hands, and I shook his hands with this hand. He said, grip me, and I gripped him.
That's
he
your
pulled
right
me.
side.
Yes. He pulled me, and I pulled him back. You're okay, you're okay. So far, so good. But please, if you feel any discomfort or any change, call me and make sure. But in the morning, go and see go to McHugh and do your MRI. So everything seemed okay. I slept well. I went to do the MRI in the morning. By then, I was beginning to limp, and Betty said, take me. Because Betty, who had done surgery some years back, some her clutches that she used. So yeah, take. So I started using that, and then got to do the MRI. Sitting down waiting for the MRI must have taken about 5 hours. And my system was degenerating.
Oh no.
So I felt something was really not the best for me. I said, no, it must be that fall, it must be that fall, it must be that fall. Anyway, I finally went into the MRI. One noisy machine like this, oh God. And 20 minutes later, I came out. They said they would send the results to the doctor. But by the time I came out, this hand
had gone limp.
And oh wow, Betty was upset. My children were very upset. They didn't know what was happening. Because everybody sees me as like I've never ever been admitted in any hospital.
Wow.
So by the time she saw the MRI results, quick, said, Nicholas, I should go to So I spent 9 days there. And I already had what you might call almost a full-blown stroke. On this hand. Yeah. But luckily, that was the only thing that showed there was any stroke. But, you know, she had called it evolving stroke. That discouraged me and said, no, don't worry. Make sure you drink a lot of water. Make sure you do this, do that. And then it put me on medication. And so the hand started coming back to life.
Okay.
Over now it's 2 years. It will be 2 years.
It will be 2 years in August.
Well, August the 4th.
Okay, but the stroke was
2nd September.
Wow.
You know. So that was it.
What has it been like for you? You're somebody who is on the go.
Hey.
On the move.
It was. It's been tough because even my family, they don't want me to do anything
at all.
They don't. But then when I insist, they say, no, it's okay, but you have to obey the doctor's orders. I say, you're right, it's true. So we've done a lot of physiotherapy. The hand is a lot better now. I can now
lift up a little bit.
You know?
Yeah.
But sometimes if I keep it for too long, I just start feeling
so you just have to keep it mobile. You need to keep moving it.
Yes, that kind of thing. So, well, here I am. Getting back to track, back on track, as they say.
Well, you know, like we joked the other day that old age is catching up with you. So it sent you a message through that phone.
Oh boy, the guy needed joke because I never would. I'm just 70, going on 70.
You're a septuagenarian.
Okay, sir.
Septuagenarian.
Septuagenarian.
Yes.
No, don't be conscious now.
I'm conscious.
I'm not teaching you.
You taught me before now. I have to be conscious.
I wanted to learn from you.
You're a septuagenarian now, so whatever you say.
You're saying I'm 70.
No, I'm reminding you that you're 70.
No, but I think it was, somebody said the other day that was
March
17.
23rd that you turned 70.
That I turned 17.
70.
Pronunciation.
No, not 17. 17. T-E. No, but you look good for 70.
Thank you.
You look very, very good for 70.
Body not feel good.
Body never feel good yet. It will soon return to normal.
Yeah.
Now, as someone who is 70 now, and you have worked for about 53 years, that's it.
Yeah.
When are you going to retire fully?
Is there any retirement?
That's the question I asked you.
Because really, even when I was ill, And I didn't feel like doing anything. Believe it or not, there was a kind of degenerating or feeling that I thought I had.
Of just being immobile.
Yes.
Of not doing anything.
I didn't like that.
That's what scares most people.
But I didn't like
about retirement.
Well, why is there the word retirement?
Maybe because you need to slow down as you get older.
Yes, slow
Maybe.
down. But
Yeah.
just say slow down.
Yeah, well, slow down.
Don't say retire.
Slow down. Those are two words. Retirement is one word.
But what do we say? Go slow when we are
If we say that in Nigeria, go slow.
Look, my father, and in 1973, my father retired.
Yes.
And we said, Dad, don't go anywhere. Just, you know what he did? He escaped.
Ooh.
We thought he was missing. For 3 months, we were looking for this man.
Wow.
He went to a place called Eho. On the way to Auchi in Edo State.
Yes.
He was Midwest there.
Yeah.
And the guy created a farm, a 5-hectare or acre land.
Yes.
Farmland. Got 8 able-bodied boys, 8 of them.
Yeah.
My father looked so fresh. We only saw him 3 months after we declared him missing.
Yes.
But one thing he did that got us a bit comfortable was that he said, don't worry, I'm okay. Nothing wrong with me. But if you want to know where I am, don't bother. Because he said we were hounding him to stop.
To just stop working.
He
Okay.
said, no.
So we're not going to hound you, so you won't
don't
escape.
hound me.
So you won't escape.
Yes.
But one thing we're going to say is that don't be in a hurry.
No, to
get many things done.
Okay. Right, that's the point.
Yes, don't be in a
But
hurry.
body is slowing me down, so I can't even hurry anymore.
But at least take it easy. Now, taking it easy will make me ask you the question, what's your favorite meal?
Oh, they stopped me on that a long time ago. It was sushi and banga soup. They don't stop. So
sushi, what's sushi?
Sushi is that starch that they do in Urhobo land.
Okay.
That is very yellowish because of the palm oil.
Yes.
Yeah, by the time you don't beat and well.
Okay.
You know, then you don't do banga soup with fish.
Yes.
Yeah? Not frozen fish.
You know, fresh fish now.
Fresh fish.
Fresh fish, yes.
Not fried.
Not fried,
but
just
the one that they dry
broiled.
up, you know.
Oh, did you dry it up?
Yes, and then they cook it, and the one that they turn together is a roundish fish. Like tilapia is the best, but these days now only this thing they see.
Catfish.
Catfish. So anyway, I left that, and now I take.
So you found a new love.
Plantain mash with black soup.
I was going to ask you about black soup. You know, I have a lot of friends who are Edo and all that.
Bitter leaf soup.
Yeah, I love
black
soup.
Give me knuckles.
Yes, you know that black soup.
Yes,
when you take it,
it keeps my body together.
I love the what's that
Pounded yam?
leaf now? No, I don't take pounded yam.
Me too.
Yeah.
But I still at it is a little bit out.
No.
The mix
I
of
love
the good.
Yeah, I love the efirin, ewuro, the
Okay,
ewuro
yeah.
bean. You know, when you mix it together, and it's a beautiful
But there was one I took in Ibadan, Begiri soup.
Begiri is out there. Begiri
And
is
Lafu and all this.
Begiri and amala. You understand me? And then when they add Begiri to the amala, and then with the soup, the other soup, that's Ogufe soup. Ewedu. So that's why they call it
Nigeria
abula.
is so rich.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. But if you talk about Nigeria, 2023 is around the corner. What's going on? How do you feel? You're an old man
I'm
now.
seeing-
Oh, sorry, you're an elder citizen now.
All of the above. I'm seeing untruth. I'm seeing falsehood. I'm seeing a desire not to allow the young ones play their roles. People who should not run, there's no need for them to run. Come on, they've had the best of times. They should slow down and give others a chance to roll. Honestly, I think what we are doing right now is like Shakespeare's Comedy of Errors. It should not be so.
Some people said that Nigeria is at a precipice right now.
We've been there too many times, and
Yeah.
I hope this time we'll be able to get away from it.
We were in
Get out of it.
1993.
Yeah, we were in 1993.
And that was very
We were
scary.
in 1979.
Yes.
See?
And the
we're in the 1964 wet year.
The truth is, 64, I wouldn't have been aware. I was just 2 years old then. Right. So I was one of those they were carrying around. Not so for anything to happen. Don't crawl out there. No, but seriously, why is it that every election year we heat up the politics so much?
Some people enjoy that. They want the world to see. You see that fear-mongering, fear factor.
Yeah.
It doesn't help anybody. It takes us back, actually. So if we can tell the truth to ourselves and respect the rule of law, I keep saying that.
Yeah, but you keep saying rule of law.
Yeah.
Right?
What is the rule of law?
Who is going to lead in the respect of rule of law? There is something missing in the Nigerian political space. It's leadership, good quality leadership.
Because the right people have not been given a chance, to rule or lead by example. And so somebody makes a mistake, he's at fault, he's taken to court, he's guilty. Let the judiciary handle their case themselves.
Yeah, but talking about going to court, people don't get punished. People steal money, huge sums of money, and then they do a plea bargain, slap them on the wrist 6 months.
And then, why is the money so available? Shouldn't the money be in the banks?
Yeah.
Should it be in houses or bullion vans?
The truth.
Should any individual own bullion vans? Should anybody even say why? Look, I don't see why our money should be doled out the way it is being doled out.
But the point is that there is a law, there is the EFCC Act that says you cannot withdraw more than so much in
Nobody's
cash.
obeying it. Why?
No, nobody is enforcing it.
That's
the banks, the enforcement should start from the banks.
The banks,
really.
that's right.
Because the moment you are withdrawing more than so much in cash, it should be reported.
Absolutely.
You can't do it in other countries
and if it's
now.
reported, who should follow it up?
Yeah, but they should do the reporting first.
True. Absolutely.
They
I agree with
should
you
do it
completely.
up to today. Many arms of government, local, state, and even federal, they withdraw huge sums of money in cash.
And that should
to
never
do
be.
what? That shouldn't be.
It shouldn't be at all. And there's no reason why anybody should bring us so low.
Yes.
Because I think it's because of that attitude of, I can get away with it. That's why all these things are.
There's even more than I can get away. We are getting away with it. That's it. Nobody is being punished. So there is a dearth of leadership.
And then we have leaders.
Supposedly.
They call themselves leaders.
Supposedly. But you see, it transcends those in public life. Even in private lives.
Who put the people there? It's not us.
Yeah, we do.
So,
but how many good people are coming out? You have never come out to run for election.
Was I given a chance?
No, did you try?
I tried and ran.
So then you didn't try?
I tried and ran away.
No, you didn't try.
Okay.
You didn't stay. You have to have a fighting spirit.
No, but I was appointed. I wasn't elected.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
So it's not really a case of live and let live.
Yes.
It looks like it's a case of live and let die.
Oh, not die.
That's what's happening.
No, it's a case of standing by what you believe in.
For us, yes.
Yes.
But for those who are there now, who don't want to give anybody a chance, what are they doing? They're living to let die.
Yeah, but then
me myself first.
But the whole thing will crumble. That's where we're at the precipice. That's what led us to this.
It's scary.
Yes.
Because from what we've discussed so far, I'm almost giving up saying, no matter what has been said, there's nothing I can hold on to as being the solution to the problem. I've heard Peter Obi give such a beautiful analysis of our economy. I listened to Soludo at the platform.
Yes.
You know? But I was asking myself, on the Rewani, Bismarck, who is listening to these guys? Who is willing to take the advice they have given? So everything's adding up. And it's coming to the fact that me, supposing I try, who would join me? I think that's the fear.
Hey, well, see,
should it be so?
This is what it should be. me, I would try.
Okay.
I will be known for trying.
Okay.
And we've had examples in the past. Okay. We had Aminu Kano. We had Tai Sholari.
Yes.
You understand me?
Yes.
We had other people, and I'm not mentioning the big names. I'm mentioning the moderately respected names who stood for what they believed in.
Principles.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's what we're
Absolutely.
missing.
That is seriously missing.
Yes.
And there's no, I don't see any, no light at the end of the tunnel.
Well, if we say there's no light at the end of the tunnel, then what are we handing over to the younger generation?
That question you've asked so many times.
Yes.
And honestly, I can only tell the world, give the youth a chance. That's all I can say.
And on that note, I'd like to thank this is how he calls me, my brother, my colleague, and then I add my EGMO and my trainer. This is the first time on the air I will say Mr. Sonny Irabo. Usually we'll just say Sonny Irabo. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much.
And thank you for sharing your passion with us. And thank you for still training people.
Thank you.
Thank you. You don't old though.
If you worry, you die.
Yes.
You don't worry, you die. So why?
Why worry?
Okay.
On that note, we want to thank you so much for being with us on Timeless Conversations for this episode. We look forward to joining you soon. Thank you.
Nigeria, by extension, Africa, is faced with a lot of challenges. The growing youth population with little engagement, that is a ticking time bomb. We are a blessed people with diverse culture and highly cerebral minds who have a lot to say. And yes, we are talking. It is important we drive the right conversation that informs, inspires, influences thought and action. If we say there's beauty in our diversity, then let us embrace our diverse culture. We must continue to courageously be the voice of transformation as we are the hope for the future. Yesterday's conversations shape today. What are you saying to shape your tomorrow? We know you have a lot to say, and we are here to hear you.
Hey, what's up, guys? You're welcome to another edition of Plus Event, and I remain your host, Ifeoluwa Oshukeye.
Your absence isn't an excuse anymore, as Plus Events is all you need, as we bring you the glitz, the glamour, and loads of fun.
Oh, definitely. Like, no question. He's a living legend.
Oh, God forbid, Holy Ghost fire, I know.
I just want to be blown away. I want to be wild.
This is 11 years of doing it.
I'm surrounded by so much positivity.
No, it's okay.
Yo, what's up, my people? It's your boy Starboy Terry. You're watching
Plus Event on Plus TV.
Stay glued to Plus TV Africa every Saturday and Sunday, 4:30 p.m. West African time.
For upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Businesses in Africa can be very challenging. In Nigeria, it is particularly intimidating, and successful builders have learned how to navigate a hostile environment to unlock opportunities. But one major challenge businesses face is how to filter through the noise and identify where their ideal customers exist. Get insight and practical steps from industry players and captains of industries. Hear success stories to help you make informed decisions as you scale your business in Nigeria. Watch Business Insights at this time on Plus TV Africa.
On Plus TV News now. EFCC storms PDP National Convention venue in Abuja. $189,070 children in schools living with disabilities. Boko Haram has displaced at least 5 million in Lake Chad. Hello and welcome. Good evening, I'm Tolu Ojomi and this is the news now. Accreditation of the national delegates for the presidential primary election of the PDP is underway in Abuja. No fewer than 811 of delegates from the 774 local government areas across the country will decide the fate of the aspirants jostling to be the flag bearer of the party. It's been observed that the accreditation is being done by geopolitical zones. We are now being joined by Segun Akiwande, political analyst, to discuss the ongoing PDP National Convention in Abuja. Glad to have you joining us. Hello, good evening. Okay, I'm having challenge with the audio. Can you hear me clearly? Can you hear me clearly? We'll have to come back to our guest in the course of the bulletin tonight. Meanwhile, personnel of the EFCC today stormed the venue of the PDP National Convention in Abuja. The officers were seen in their numbers walking around and inside the venue. They, however, declined to speak with the media. In the meantime, the chieftain of the PDP, Chief Bode George, today said the party decided to shun the zoning agreement for its presidency for peace and unity of the party. The elder statesman disclosed this in an interview with journalists at the venue of the PDP Special Convention in Abuja. Despite the clamor and agitation for the 2023 presidency to be zoned to the south, the PDP had thrown the ticket open. Also, a former Minister of State for Defense, Senator Musili Obani Koro, has lost the APC Lagos West senatorial primary ticket Obanikoro lost to Mrs. Idiat Adebole, a former deputy governor of Lagos State. Adebole defeated Obanikoro with 424 votes as against 119, and third aspirant, Mr. Kayode Okwefa, who polled only 4 votes. Obanikoro, however, walked out from the election venue before the end of the counting exercise and declined comments. Meanwhile, Mr. Wasiu Eshinlo-Konsoni, Deputy Speaker, Lagos State House of Assembly, has clinched the APC's ticket to contest the Lagos Central Senatorial District seat in the 2023 general elections. He defeated 3 other contestants for the ticket currently being held by Senator Oluremi Tinubu, a third-term occupier of the seat, who is now seeking a re-election. The ruling party on Thursday conducted its governorship primaries, while that of House of Assembly and House of Representatives were conducted yesterday. Lagos West Senator Solomon Olamileko Adeola, popularly known as Yayi, has won the APC ticket of Ogun West Senatorial District held at Orona Hall, Ilaro, the headquarters of Yewa South local government area of Ogun State. The primaries were conducted by APC Senatorial Electoral Committee led by Dr. Dapo Dukoya, as Yayi polled 294 votes to defeat his main rival and incumbent senator representing the zone, Tolu Lokpe Odebiyi, who scored 0. Earlier, Odebiyi, while speaking to newsmen, said he was the only aspirant vying for the APC ticket in the ongoing party's primaries for the zone, describing his Lagos West counterpart as a visitor in the exercise.
I'm extremely delighted that finally we've had an opportunity. We're going to have an opportunity to now do our primaries. More importantly, I'm also excited for the people of Ogun West. My expectations is that they want the same of what has been going on, the transformation, the leadership, the developments that one has brought to bear in the last 3.5 years or so. For me, I really don't think I have, I don't even think I have an opposition at this point in time. I'm the only candidate from Ogun West.
I know my people, I know where the shoe pinches, I know how they feel, and I can assure you that going forward, come 2023, after the election will have come and be held, from then there on, representative par excellence, that's what they should look up to and look.
Adeola, while speaking to newsmen, assured the people of Yewa of better representation, saying he's an expert in the field, hence called on other aspirants to cooperate with him for the best interest of Ogun West.
We've had an opportunity. We're going to have an opportunity to now do our primaries. More importantly, I'm also excited for the people of Ogun West. My expectations is that they want the same of what has been going on, the transformation, the leadership, the developments that one has brought to bear in the last 3.5 years or so. For me, I really don't think I have, I don't even think I have an opposition at this point in time. I'm the only candidate from Ogun West.
I know my people, I know where the shoe pinches, I know how they feel, and I can assure you that going forward, come 2023, after the election will have come and be held, from then there on, representative par excellence, that's what they should look up.
Meanwhile, Senator Teslim Folarin, senator representing Oyo Central Senatorial District, has won the governorship primary election of APC. Folarin defeated 5 other aspirants who contested the election held yesterday at Liberty Stadium, Ibadan, the Oyo State capital. Folarin polled 954 votes, while Bayo Adelabu garnered 327 votes. Prince Adeyemi Adesina, who was declared the winner of yesterday's APC flag bearer for the Akure South, Akure North Federal Constituency, has faulted a call by one of his opponents and serving federal lawmaker, Honorable Mayokun Losen Alade Love, that the exercise should be cancelled for a fresh one. Adesina told newsmen that he had won the primary and he had been congratulated by his two opponents at the venue before some thugs stormed the venue to temporarily disrupt the counting. Prince Adeshina polled 68 votes to defeat his closest rival, Mayowa Alade, who had 37 votes. Collection of results for the APC governorship primaries coordinated yesterday in Benue has since commenced at the APC Secretariat in Makedi. At the time of filing that report, 15 out of 23 local government areas in the state had so far been collected by the Governorship Primaries Electoral Committee, while results of the remaining local government areas were being awaited. Our correspondent Francis Ter, who is monitoring the situation at the center, reports that the primaries, which witnessed no security challenge, have 12 aspirants vying for the #1 position of the state.
So we have been receiving results, and we're now ready to begin the process of collation. Now, what this entails is that the accredited returning officer for the local government will step forward, tell us his name and the local government that he is representing. They will also give us the number of wards in the local government. They will give us the total number of accredited, registered party men in the ward, and then those total number of accredited persons who participated in the election. After which, he will now take it word by word and read the details of the votes scored by each of the contestants.
Which 4,010 were accredited for the election, and all the 4,010 participated. Total number of accredited voters 4,010. Total voters 4,010.
From Oyo State, we come to Owerri, and there was tension there today as a wife of Ondo State Governor and APC senatorial aspirant for Imo East, Betty Akeredolu, accused the State Governor, Hope Uzodinma, of hijacking the primary. She stormed the Secretariat with her security aides and supporters, then came out to address journalists. She said that she would resist all attempts by the State Governor to announce one of the aspirants as a winner without any election taking place anywhere. She said the governor was imposing somebody on other candidates on the pretense of a consensus candidate, which she rejected. Akeredolu said the delegates' lists, which were supposed to be used for the election, were hidden from her and the other aspirants. 6 APC governorship aspirants have kicked against emergence of former Senate Deputy Minority Leader Emmanuel Buacha as the winner of the governorship primary in Taraba State. The chairman of the APC Electoral Committee, Lawrence Onochukwu, had declared Senator Buacha winner of the poll at a press conference held in Jalingo Airport. Senator Yusuf, who spoke on behalf of the aspirants, urged the National Secretariat of the party to reverse the verdict. Meanwhile, Senator Buacha has extended an olive branch to fellow contenders of the governorship ticket. Meanwhile, Executive Director, Center for Adolescent Health and Social Development, Fatima Odushote, has called on the federal government to put measures in place to make menstrual hygiene materials readily accessible. Odushote, who said this in Abuja to commemorate the 2022 Menstrual Hygiene Day, with the theme Making Menstruation a Normal Fact of Life by 2030, said it's imperative for the government to provide sustainable access to water and sanitation for proper menstrual management for girls and women. May 28th of every year is a day set aside to highlight the importance of menstruation and proper menstrual hygiene management for every girl and woman, irrespective of their location, and also to highlight the need to address the common myths surrounding menstruation and break the silence and shame on menstruation. We're now being joined by Abosede Otuke, a child rights advocate. Glad to have you.
Yeah, good evening.
Good evening. That was quite loud. You sound very excited. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, good evening, everyone.
We're delighted to have you. Okay.
Yeah, can you hear me very well now?
Yes, we can. I can hear you well. Thank you. Now, menstruation, why is it such a big deal for people? Why is there a myth around menstruation?
Why what? I can't hear you very well.
Why is there some kind of myth surrounding menstruation for women?
Well, it's a normal phenomenon for a girl child or woman to actually menstruate. It's not our own thing. It's a thing of nature.
Yes, I know that. But why is there some myth around it? Why do some people find it awkward? Even some girls find it as a burden, a monthly burden. Why?
Sorry, you are really breaking. I didn't really get what you just said now.
Okay, why does it seem to be such a burden to some women? Can you hear me at all?
I can't hear you.
Oh, we'll have to get back to our guest once the audio is fixed. A new ship has been added to the Nigerian Navy fleet. NNS Kada, which arrived from the UAE, would enhance capability against maritime crimes and illegalities within the nation's maritime domain and Gulf of Guinea. So stated the Chief of Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Zubairu Gambo, at the induction ceremony at the NNS Beecroft in Lagos. The naval chief said the vessel would serve as a multiplier force to respond to humanitarian crises and convey relief materials in support of non-kinetic operations within the region and beyond. In a few days, commercial motorcycles, popularly called Okada, will no longer ply some restricted areas in the state. This is not the first time the Lagos State government has placed a ban on the activities of Okada riders anyway, but its implementation has not been effective. Our correspondent, Goziga HCC, takes a look at the renewed order and its effectiveness. We'll bring you that report subsequently. The Rivers State Police Command has said a total of 31 persons died during a stampede at the venue of an outreach program put together by a New Generation Church in Port Harcourt just this morning. The church, known as King's Assembly, was said to have invited members of the public to partake in the event where gift items and food were promised to be shared to congregants. The church is located in the GRA of Port Harcourt, but the event was held at the Port Harcourt Polo Club, a bigger facility to accommodate the anticipated crowd. Now, in commemoration of Children's Day celebration, the recognition of the role played by children in each family and the need to celebrate and make them feel loved, cherished, and important, Nigerians recounted some of their childhood memories and the need to help out-of-school children. That's on Street Views. Take a listen.
My childhood was full of fun. I'm the last born of my mom, and I'm always with her everywhere. So, I would like my children to go abroad for holidays. So I didn't have that privilege.
And the fun was always there. We'll go to the back of the school where we'll have no disturbance, me and my friends. We'll just be there and then we'll be throwing this rubber band. I guess you should be able to remember what that means. So it's always very fun.
We'll celebrate them, they'll give them gifts. I prefer to go to school.
Some are walking on the streets doing nothing. So we need assistance from the government. You can see my daughter, she's here today to help me, just to keep her company up today, not to roam about.
I didn't really grow up with my parents. I stayed with my stepmom. So though she was not too bad, but my own children, of course, by God's enablement, they will stay with me, they will grow up with me, and I will train them. You know, there's a difference when you train your own personal child that you give birth to. It's always different.
I really enjoy my kids simply because my father trained us very well. Whenever the children is approaching, they will buy us white socks, white tennis, That's at that material time. So we go to stadium or we go to school, we go to match, we do this, we do that. So it was really fun and very, very awesome. All I want for my children is best for them, academically sound. And I want to treat them in the way of the Lord. And I want them to become great, especially in this universe we are.
The children's play, I miss that a whole lot. If I try to picture it, going back to it, I'm like, some of my siblings and younger ones that look up to me like, uncle, why are you playing like this? And didn't you know you are old? I'm like, because I miss that.
I don't feel like celebrating Children's Day. Instead of me celebrating, I'm helping my mom to sell food stuff. And I think government should help them to provide parents shelters and take them to the motherless baby home, take them to schools, feed them and do everything they need.
Still to come, black man asphyxiated in police car sparks protest in Brazil. Details when we return. Please stay with us.
Life can be fun and rewarding, but it also comes with some risk. As in business, you win some, you lose some. And that's why you need to be wise in the choices you make. It's like placing a bet. Again, you need to be wise. Wise in choosing an innovative platform with the highest market options and highest odds ever. That's why Winners Golden Bet, the leader in online, in-shop, virtual, and live sports betting, gives you enhanced platforms that offer you the best chances of winning. For betting on live soccer matches, live dog races, and virtual games. Winners Golden Bet is your best bet. Instant payment of winnings guaranteed. Play online or in any of our numerous shops nearest to you.
Hey guys, be wise. Play on Winners Golden Bet.
Winners Golden Bet, the wise choice.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamude Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on Plus TV Africa as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamude Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
In raising our kids, parents should stop playing God.
The internet is actually using the people.
But when you are looking for money to help other people, then it becomes easy.
Don't rush into marriage. I always say this. You rush in, you rush out.
Family is the bedrock of every society and the essence of life.
On Today with John and Helen, we dig deep into family values in every sense of the word.
Join us every Saturday at 9:15 a.m. on Plus TV Africa, DSTV channel 408.
With you, we play a part in strengthening the values passed from generation to generation.
Thanks for staying with us. We'll now move to other parts of Africa. President Muhammadu Buhari has said that more than 5 million people have been displaced in the Lake Chad region, with 70% of them mostly Nigerians. He gave the assertion yesterday in his remarks at the 16th African Union Extraordinary Session of Assembly of Heads of States and Governments on Humanitarian Crises in African and Pledging Conference held in Malabo, Equatorial Guinea. The President therefore called for more concerted and institutionalized effort in ameliorating the sufferings of refugees and internally displaced persons in Africa, saying only collective and coordinated approach would make a difference. Born into a large peasant family in 1938, Kenya's most fitted novelist and perennial Nobel Prize contender launched his writing career in English. But it was a decision in the 1970s to abandon English in favor of his native Kikuyu that cemented his reputation as a writer willing to risk his literary future to preserve African languages.
The play was stopped in November 1977, and in December, in the same month, I was taken to a maximum security prison in Kenya.
His production, which runs until the end of May, relied heavily on collaboration with his British director Stuart Nash.
Yes, it is a Kenyan play and a Kikuyu play at that, but I don't feel that it's particularly about Kenya. It literally applies to every country in the world. All the elements of poverty, corruption, the gap between rich and poor.
It is epic to have something like this back in Kenya, considering that it was, I listened to Ngugi wa Thiong'o saying he was put in for 1 year in committee, and now that the fact that we can come here and watch it as adults and even bring our students here to watch it, I think is really...
Egypt Prime Minister Dr. Mustafa Madbouli, accompanied by a high-level ministerial delegation, today arrived in the UAE capital Abu Dhabi to participate in a tripartite meeting to launch an industrial partnership initiative. The partnership aims to achieve economic sustainable development between Egypt, the UAE, and Jordan, and contribute to supporting industrial integration among the three countries. The delegation includes ministers of electricity and renewable energy, planning and economic development, agriculture and land reclamation, trade and industry, as well as a host of senior officials. The Premier is set to hold a meeting with a number of UAE investors to brief them on promising investment opportunities in Egypt and incentives offered by the government to attract further investments. Let's now get outside Africa. Protesters demonstrated in Rio de Janeiro today to protest the death of a black man after he was asphyxiated with gas in the trunk of a police car on Thursday in the northeastern state of Sergipe. The video of Genivaldo de Jesus Santos' death became viral, causing outrage across Brazil. The images captured on a phone camera showed police officers bundling the handcuffed man into the trunk of their SUV, releasing a gas canister inside, and leaning down on the trunk door until he screams, abated, and his dangling legs stopped kicking. Protesters were holding placards showing the face of Genivaldo de Jesus Santos and banners reading "Black Lives Matter." Russia's defense ministry said today that it has gained full control of the eastern Ukrainian town of Liman, a railway hub west of Severodonetsk. Russian defense ministry spokesman Igor Konachekov said the town's capture was a result of joint action by the units of People's Militia of Donetsk People's Republic and Russian armed forces. Konachekov also claimed that the combat air force had downed 2 Ukrainian jets and Russian defense forces had taken down a helicopter as part of their operations. Ukrainian and Russian forces have been fighting for Liman for several days. Now, a solar power plant in Ukraine's Mariupol in the Kharkiv region was destroyed by a missile strike today. Local authorities said there were no casualties from the strike and the power supply had been restored. Police fired tear gas and water cannon to disperse protesters, bringing down police barricades protecting the official residence of President Gotabaya Rajapaksa in Sri Lanka today. Thousands protested across the island to mark 50 days since the start of nationwide protests demanding the president's resignation. Earlier today, thousands of people walked from various parts of the capital, Colombo, to the permanent protest site opposite the president's office. In the meantime, Ukrainian soldiers sheltered during shelling and patrolled areas of the Donetsk region in the eastern Ukraine today as Russia's offensive continued. Russian gains in recent days indicate a shift in momentum in the war, now in its fourth month. The invading forces appear close to seizing all of the Luhansk region of Donbas, a main Kremlin war goal, despite Ukrainian resistance. Up next, AFDB to develop index bond to address insecurity in Africa. That's in business news. After this short break, stay with us.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Welcome to the business news. I am Adebanke Odunui. The African Development Bank, AFDB Group, says it has obtained approval from its Board of Governors to develop a security index investment bond to address insecurity in Africa. The president of the AFDB Group, Akinwumi Adesina, at a news conference to wrap up the 2022 annual meetings of the bank in Accra, Ghana, said that security was an issue in the continent, noting that development thrived in a secured continent. He said that the meetings discussed the support for the private sector, which he said the bank was actively involved in with the private sector equity investment and the issues of debt management for Africa. The total amount disbursed under the Anchor Borrowers program of the CBN rose to 1.01 trillion naira as of the end of April. Figures obtained from the CBN reports from members of its Monetary Policy Committee said between January and February 2022, the bank disbursed 29.67 billion naira under the Anchor Borrowers program for the procurement of inputs and the cultivation of maize, rice, and wheat, three crops that hitherto were significant concerns of FX demand. These disbursements bring the total under the program to over 4.52 million smallholder firms cultivating 21 commodities across the country, comes to a total of 975.61 billion naira. Bitcoin led a drop in digital assets across the board, with the world's most valuable token expected to lose for the 8th week in a row, its longest such dip since August 2011. Bitcoin's price has dropped by 4% in the last 7 days. Even though this may appear to be a significant loss, the overall market took a bigger hit. Altcoins were hit far harder than BTC, resulting in Bitcoin's dominance skyrocketing, buffeted by both macro headwinds from the U.S. Central Bank monetary tightening and crypto-specific fallout from the Terra USD algorithmic stablecoins implosion earlier this month, which continues to weigh on digital assets, particularly those related to decentralized finance. And the authorities in Malawi have announced a 25% devaluation of the local currency, the kwacha, even as the country is in the middle of negotiations with the International Monetary Fund, IMF, to determine the details of a new financial assistance program. To secure backing, the government has been asked to make adjustments to its economic policies, but Central Bank's chief, Wilson Banda, says the decision to devalue the local currency has not been forced out of the country. On the contrary, by the International Lending Institution. Banda told the media in the southern city of Blantyre that the local currency had been devalued to allow the market to determine the exchange rate. And that is the business news. I am Adebanke Odunoi. The news continues.
We now go back to our story on helping girls and women with menstruation issues. Executive Director, Center for Adolescent Health and Social Development, Fatima Odushote, has called on the federal government to put measures in place to make menstrual hygiene materials readily accessible. Odushote, who said this in Abuja to commemorate the 2022 Menstrual Hygiene Day with the theme Making Menstruation a Normal Fact of Life by 2030, said it's imperative for the government to provide sustainable access to water and sanitation to proper menstrual management for girls and women. May 28th of every year is a day set aside to highlight the importance of menstruation and proper menstrual hygiene management for every girl and woman, irrespective of their location, and also to highlight the need to address the common myths surrounding menstruation and break the silence and shame on menstruation. We're now being joined by Abosode Ochope, a child rights advocate. Glad to have you.
Yeah, good evening.
Good evening. We apologize for the stress we had put you through in the course of fixing our audio. Thank you for your patience.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Now, menstruation, myths surrounding menstruation for girls and women. Why is there why does it look like there's so much, there are a lot of myths surrounding menstruation for girls and women?
Well, we all know that menstruation is a normal phenomenon of a normal girl, child, or woman to actually menstruate because it's a sin of nature.
Okay, now, I think that the earlier we start talking to the girl child, and sometimes even the boy child, about menstruation, the better and the easier it is for us to get over these myths. When is the best age? What age is the best time to start educating children about menstruation and some of the other physical changes in the body of a girl or even a boy?
Yeah, well, I would say that for a girl child, you can start taking a child at age of 5. You can both boy and girl.
Age 5, you want to suggest age 5?
Yeah, you can start with age 5.
Okay, now I'm also going to ask you, between the mother and the father, who is in a better position to address issues of menstruation with a girl?
Well, you know, as a doctor, it's more easier to say because you actually a person that actually have it on menstruation. While you are younger, you actually start your own menstruation. So it's easy for you to actually talk about child as a woman as you are. But there's no big deal about it now, so talking about it generally.
Some women still find it embarrassing that they menstruate. Are you aware of that?
Very, very aware of that.
Why should a grown-up woman... Yeah. Carry on.
What did you say?
Carry on.
I remember when we were in school, once you are menstruating and your friend just said your aunt, they'll be looking out for guys that they're looking at. So they'll go for what to call cardigans to cover you up and to protect you so that those guys are looking something actually happening to you. Because, and this is the reason why this is happening, because then majority of our boys are not well educated about nutrition hygiene. How important it is.
Okay. So, your final word on the myths surrounding menstruation. How do you want to help people out there, women and even men, who still find it difficult to come to terms with the reality of menstruation in girls and women? How do you want to help them overcome get over these myths?
Well, according to NGO, a whole lot of NGO out there that are trying to share services talk about mental hygiene, how important it is. Well, we cannot just do it alone. We need government intervention. Because in Scotland, we have free sanitary support. Schools are secondary students to practice to the already menstruating. And I will also say that more advocacy for children, not only for young people. We need to stop the stigma and stop the mockery. And we have to let them know, because one thing is this: when a girl child is aware of when a girl is menstruating, even if it might even unless child abuse or sexual abuse.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Abosede Otukwe. Thank you for joining us on our Primetime News tonight. We appreciate your presence and patience. Hopefully we'll get back to you in coming days or weeks if we have to reach you again on sensitive issues like this. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for having me.
Up next on our Primetime News tonight, Entertainment News. Stay with us.
Nigerian rising artist Portable has apologized to Smooth Productions, organizers of popular Nigerian Music Awards, the Headies, who condemned his outburst concerning their nominations. In a statement, the organizers condemned the controversial artist for threatening the lives of fellow nominees and also made a report to the police as regards the concerned video. The singer, who is contending for the Best Street Up Artist and Rookie of the Year awards, was also warned to retract a statement and make a written apology to his colleagues. Actor Deyemi Okolawon is of the opinion that the present crop of actors in the country will take Nollywood closer to Hollywood. He said that this is the best time to be in Nollywood, as Nigerians are some of the most talented people in the world. Okolawon also noted that giving up is not always a bad thing. Shakira's tax fraud appeal has been dismissed. The Colombian singer was previously charged with not paying 14.5 million euros in taxes owed on income earned between 2012 and 2014 due to issues surrounding a country of residence at the time. A court in Spain determined it had been proven Shakira, who shares sons with her husband in Spain, and there wasn't enough evidence to prove she lived elsewhere. Shakira was first accused of tax evasion in January 2018, and the following month, she paid almost $25 million in old taxes. BTS, aka Bangtan Boys, are going to the White House to discuss anti-Asian hate crimes. The South Korean pop band will be meeting with United States President Joe Biden on Tuesday, May the 31st, in light of Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. President Biden has previously spoken about his commitment to combating the surge of anti-Asian hate crimes and signed into law the COVID-19 Hate Crimes Act in May 2021 to provide law enforcement with resources to identify, investigate, and report hate crimes. Donald Trump's media company TMTG has confirmed plans to launch a subscription-based streaming service pitched at its MAGA followers. According to reports, the service will showcase a range of right-wing content, including shows that embrace the Second Amendment and Trump-specific programming. News of the streamer follows the launch of Truth Social, a rival social networking service similar to Twitter.
And the main news again. 189,070 children in schools are now living with disabilities. Boko Haram has displaced up to 5 million in Lake Chad. That's the news now. For more stories, please follow us on our Facebook, Twitter and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. And to Lua Jeremy, thanks for watching and do have a good night.
It for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bukky November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.